Hi, everyone. Welcome to Day 3 of Biodesign Challenge Summit 2022. My name is Veena Vijaykumar, BDC's Program Director.
And I'm Jessica Smith, BDC's Program Associate. Before we begin today, Veena and I would like to make a few announcements. Firstly, if you missed any part of the last 2 days of the summit, you can view all the projects that were presented so far on the school pages of our website.
Second, please engage with us on social media. We're at Biodesign on both Instagram and Twitter. You can tag us and also use the hashtags BDC2022 and hashtag Grow the Future.
And lastly, don't forget to vote for your favorite team to win the Community Choice Prize. Cast your vote through the BDC website by tomorrow, Thursday, June 24th at noon p.m. Eastern Time.
And for those of you who are joining us for the first time today, we want to give you a quick idea of what to expect. So we've asked students, each student team to create a 5 to 10 minute video about their project. We'll be broadcasting each team's video, and then the judges have the opportunity to ask follow-up questions to the students for about 5 minutes. We're now going to ask Dan, BDC's Executive Director, to jump on with us. Dan will be emceeing this morning's session. Hi, Dan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please take it away.
Thanks, Veena. So excited for this morning. I am just going to call on the first video. That is Tongji University.
Welcome to Power Mutualism, a wearable power generation material based on cyanobacteria biophotovoltaics. We can hardly live without electricity, but we've been causing great harm to nature by the way we access energy. Burning fossil fuels is still the dominant form of electricity generation today, emitting large amounts of greenhouse gases and toxic substances. Transmitting power across the grid produces huge invisible waste. And silicon-based cells are hard to degrade. Even a small bottom battery can pollute 600 tons of water, equivalent to the amount of the water a person drinks in a lifetime. So I wondered, how can electricity be redesigned to be greener, lighter, and more flexible? This set of photos was taken in Shandong province of China. Due to global warming, algae blooms frequently broke out all over the world. People regard it as a harmful phenomenon, but I would see it as Mother Nature is trying to save herself. Algae takes carbon dioxide as nutrients and produce oxygen. So when greenhouse gases increase, it gets the best conditions to grow and follow natural mechanism to produce oxygen for our planet. Among the many species of algae, cyanobacteria, the pioneer organism that triggered great oxidation event on Earth 2.4 billion years ago, intrigued me. It was found that cyanobacteria not only produce oxygen in photosynthesis, but also release an electron for every photon absorbed. They are like good actors on the wrong set. What if we take it from the beach or the dump to a more appropriate place? What if we treat them not as a biological trash, but as an abundant material for generating electricity? With a design background, I started an interdisciplinary research in an environmental science lab, learning how to grow and harvest cyanobacteria. In order to form the structure of biophotovoltaic BPV, I prepared an anode using multi-wall carbon nanotubes as a conductive medium to export electrons, a cathode using platinum-plated carbon fabrics that catalyzes redox reactions, and a salt bridge using hydrogel that locks water molecules in a minimal volume and facilitates ion exchange between the cathode and the anodes. I first fabricated a cyanobacterial BPV with complete structure to verify its feasibility. But the hard material and complex components make it difficult to realize flexible applications. So I tried to simplify it to a sandwich structure. I've got a thin, flexible BPV material which can produce about 0.4 volts in the size of an Oreo cookie. I then began to think about where it would be best applied. I think the design of electricity should meet the evolutionary demand of electrical appliances. From public electrical appliances like telephone booths in the past to personal mobile devices like iPhone in the present, electrical appliances are becoming smaller and lighter, getting rid of the wires. We can easily imagine a near future with a network of wearable sensor products. However, current batteries have the disadvantages of relying on external power sources, requiring regular recharging, being rigid and heavy, which limit the user's free activities. While cyanobacteria BPV materials act like mobile power plants and have the potential to promote the development of small wearable devices. So, I further designed a wearable BPV material. When the material experiment was transferred from the lab to the human body environment, an energy balance was achieved. Water, sodium chloride, glucose, etc. in bodily fluids can provide nutrients for cyanobacteria, while cyanobacteria generates electricity which can be captured by the BPV material. In addition, human sweat helps build the salt bridge for ion exchange, driving the operation of the BPV. And after a material absorption test, I chose and used moisture management fabrics to facilitate molecule transport, because its special structure can naturally induce a continuous high-speed flow without any additional pumps. By screen printing, sewing, and connecting the cells in series, I made a prototype and tested it in the gym. When sweat soaked the back, the BPV material containing live cyanobacteria lit up a LED. Finally, we designed a computational framework based on human sweat mapping and Voronoi diagram for generating the pattern of battery packs, so the energy efficiency can be optimized and better applied in different wearers and scenarios. It is a product endowed with a collaborative effort between biological and digital mechanisms, between nature and human beings. It can harvest energy from human sweat, carbon dioxide, and sunlight, and generate electricity through cyanobacteria's photosynthesis and respiration to power small wearables. So we named it Power Mutualism. Compared to the current centralized low-entropy energy with high power and high order, Power Mutualism contributes to a kind of distributed high-entropy energy with low power, high quantity, and high mobility. We hope it can help to promote the wearable sensor network in future city. It is also a green technology that makes good use of so-called biological waste, cyanobacteria, and neglected resources, human sweat. Each wearer contributes to negative emissions rather than just zero emissions. Thank you.
Hi, we're here with the students from Tongji. Judges, if you have questions, please go ahead and turn on your cameras. Naomi, start us off for the day, please.
Hi, thank you so much for the project. That I really like that how much sort of experimentations and prototyping you did. That's quite sort of a great to see. So my question is about the practicality, like how users would use your garment in sort of a more realistic sense. So you showed it works, with that sweat, sort of a shirt. Let's say that focus on that product, but it contains living cyanobacteria, like algae. So how often do they have to replace the living cells? Do you think, can they survive through washing of the garment? How do you envisage that actually the users would, sort of live with that product with the living organism?
That is the question we've been thinking about for after we made this garment, and for now we still need to find a better way to store those bioactive coating, and actually it can't be washed for now, but we've seen some other companies from French. They developed a technology that can store the living organism on the coating. So we want to learn more about that technology and then developed our experiment and research further. Yes, it is still the question we've been working on.
Thank you.
Hannah, please go ahead.
Thanks for this great project. Very interesting to see. I love the fact that you went and tried to do some user study here by taking somebody into a gym with your product. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that, about how you found the person and what the conditions were of that trial.
You mean in the gym? The
Yes.
Experiment in the gym? as you can see in my video, I test just one person in the gym for this cyanobacteria material, and he is just one of my friends in the college, and I know that he sweat a lot when he did exercises. So I asked him whether you can help me with the experiment. So I put my prototype on his body, and he did exercise for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and he starts sweating. So the electrical devices that test the voltage becomes the machine give the reaction for us, and the LED shining for like 1 second, 2 seconds, and we are really excited.
I wonder if you could give some comment about anything he might have said about this experience of kind of collaboratively wearing this pack and like kind of feeding these other organisms. It's a really interesting moment that there's kind of one person who's the trial.
Could you please explain?
Sure. So I really compliment you on going out and getting somebody to really try this thing on and to exercise so that the light will light up. But I can imagine, in addition to the scientific information of the LED coming on, there's also an experience of that person. And I wonder if he made a comment to you about how it fits or kind of what's going on for him when he is sweating and kind of activating your device.
I put the LED on this part of his body, and when she do the exercise, he can see the light in his sides, and he's the reaction of him is like he realized his energy, his power can give some feedback to him and makes him feel like more energetic to do further exercises. I think it's the reaction he has for this experiment.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. Judges, are there any more questions? We have. Great. Amy, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And just to echo what all of the other judges have said, congratulations and well done on all of the work that you did in the lab and some practical experimentation. That's really to be commended. So I think it was great to see the prototype and to see the lights that were lighting up. But could you speak a little bit more about how you see this being used in future, and maybe if you've done any research on the match between the power needs of wearables and what something like this type of living cell could deliver?
In my perspective, I think it can be used in a scenario like people are doing outdoor exercises, and when climbing in the natural environment, because not only the sweat can give the nutrients for this material, but also the rain, the river, any water and environment can give the nutrients and energy to support this material. And in a more idealist future, maybe it can also be used in the sensor network in the city, maybe, but I think it's a far more long-term goal. So I think it's the future application in our aspects.
Unfortunately, judges, we're out of time. We're going to move on to University of Cincinnati. Thank you, Kier. Thanks for the great project. Let's roll it.
Man, that was quite the party last night. That one guy was really cute. So was that other guy. And that girl. Ooh, and that other girl. How many people was I with last night? Probably get tested for STDs. I heard chlamydia is really popular in Cincinnati right now. Hey, Julia Grace!
No. What's up?
Can you drive me to a sexual health clinic later this morning?
Sexual health clinic? Well, Maggie, you know I care about you and want to support you and everything, but I'm just a little embarrassed to be seen anywhere near someplace like that. I'm gonna go make more cereal. Maggie, I picked up a package for you. Says it's from someplace called Claim. What's that?
I remember how we were talking about not wanting to go to the sexual health clinic the other day?
Mm-hmm.
I ordered a at-home chlamydia test.
Oh, cool.
Yep, guess I better get to it.
So how did we get to chlamydia as the issue that we wanted to focus on with our project? We first began by reviewing the Hamilton County Public Health Needs Assessment, where we found that chlamydia rates in Cincinnati are 4.57 times higher than the national average, which is very concerning. From there, we began looking into how chlamydia testing is handled currently, specifically at-home testing. We found that these tests cost $50 to $100, which is not affordable, and impedes their use in communities where the spread of chlamydia is high. In addition, these at-home tests require shipping the sample to a lab or a long incubation period, which can take days or even weeks for users to get results back, increasing spread. As we delved deeper into this issue, we began to focus more on the societal stigma behind chlamydia and other STDs as one of the biggest driving factors behind its spread. This is because people are less likely to get tested or tell partners about any infection. In addition, a lack of awareness and education about the disease increases its spread.
So, at the scientific root of our project lies the lateral flow test, or the lateral flow immunoassay. And while this is a super big name, all you really have to understand to know what's going on in this test is you have to understand what an antibody is. And all an antibody is a protein which is made by the immune system, which binds highly specifically to pathogens, which are invaders like bacteria or viruses. And because your body doesn't know exactly what invaders it might face throughout your lifetime, it makes billions of random combinations which end up in antibodies which can bind to just about anything. And we can use these tools, or we can use these as tools in a lateral flow test. So the strip is normally set up like this. It's a strip of non-woven fibers, typically to allow for fluid to travel between the fibers. And there are three main regions on it. So at the top there is the control region, and that features a antibody which is made to bind towards human proteins, which can be found in just about any human cell. That middle row, or the test region, contains antibodies which are specific to chlamydia proteins. And finally, the conjugation region has a bunch of antibodies which are not attached to the paper, and it includes both anti-human and anti-chlamydia. And I didn't clarify this, but anti clarifies what the antibody sticks to. So if it's anti-chlamydia, then it would stick to chlamydia proteins. So the bottom of this test strip would be put into a sample, and such as a urine sample, and it would travel up the strip. And as the fluid passed through the conjugation region, the anti-human antibodies would attach to human proteins, which should be present in the sample as long as a human was taking the test. And if there are any remnants of chlamydia proteins, then those anti-chlamydia antibodies will also attach to those proteins. And as the water travels up the strip, it will carry those molecules. And once the chlamydia proteins reach the test region, if there are any present, they will stick to that middle row of antibodies. And the fluid will continue traveling up. And just to make sure that the fluid is traveling properly and that the antibodies were in a stable environment so that there were any antibodies left in the kit, the human proteins will travel to that control region to show whether or not the test conditions were adequately met. And the control region should always test positive, and the test region is really what tells you what's going on, whether or not you have chlamydia. And these are typically shown through a color change when those proteins, like the colloidal gold, when those proteins are present in the test regions. So we had to do quite a bit of research when approaching this problem, and one of the first places we went to was the CDC. And on their website, they offered a whole laboratory manual on guidelines for testing for chlamydia. And there we learned that they recommend nucleic acid amplification processes. They also offered a lot of basic procedural guidelines as well as further information about our patient population. Another paper we looked into was a paper on flow strip design by Perolo et al. They offered insights into design specifications like strip length and pore size and how that would affect the test, as well as considerations for the design process, such as how different aspects would affect sensitivity, as well as how they would affect manufacturing cost efficiency. And the final paper we looked into was a paper on a recombinase polymerase amplification, or RPA, process for chlamydia detection by Krolov et al. And they described a rapid process for chlamydia detection. And while this wasn't the first RPA process for chlamydia, it offered 100% specificity, 83% sensitivity, and used an immunoassay for visualization. So while this isn't exactly what we have based our project on, it was nice to see that it was proven that this kind of idea would work and that it is highly effective.
Now let's learn more about the kit. It includes a lateral flow test that is easy to interpret, requires minimal sample processing, and is designed to reduce user error to maximize accuracy of results. Associated testing items that are included in the kit include gloves, urine collection cup, anal and oral swabs, and isopropyl alcohol wipes. In addition, a usage and informational brochure is included in the kit, which guides users on how to use the test and includes some information about chlamydia. A link to the online resource of the kit is also included in the form of a QR code in the box. This online resource provides disease and sexual health information, as well as local clinic locations, treatment methods, insurance information, peer support groups, and mental health resources. Our mission is multifaceted. Firstly, we want to make testing more affordable and accessible. This will result in more frequent testing and lead to a decrease in the spread of chlamydia. In addition, we want to make testing a comfortable learning experience so that it feels easy and normal. We also want to connect users with local healthcare providers to obtain proper treatment. Additionally, a big focus for us is to provide users with mental health resources as well as support groups to help them get through this stressful and difficult time. Moreover, we want to inform users about insurance options so they know what is covered by their plans and how the disease may affect them financially. We found through our consultations with experts that not knowing their financial options is a big deterrent of people from getting tested and treated. Finally, our ultimate goal is to destigmatize STDs and STIs to make it more socially acceptable to speak about them and address them on a large scale. Analyzing the strengths and limitations of claim was an essential part of our design process. Starting off with the strengths, claim is affordable and increases access to testing. In addition, our project emphasizes education about chlamydia, its risks, as well as its treatment options. One of Claim's biggest strengths is our focus on providing users with mental health resources and support groups to get them through this stressful time. Finally, a strength of Claim is that it reduces the spread of chlamydia and antibiotic-resistant STIs. Moving on to the limitations of our project, positive diagnoses must be verified at the clinic, where users can also obtain treatment. In addition, as at-home testing emphasizes privacy and comfort for users, it does not directly reduce stigma on a population level. Moreover, claim only tests for chlamydia at this time and does not directly address the spread of other STDs such as HIV and gonorrhea. Finally, although the design of the test has been made to minimize user error, there is still some potential for it.
Hey Maggie, the timer's going off.
That means my chlamydia test is done.
What's the news?
It's positive.
Oh, Maggie, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I just don't know where to go from here.
Well, let's see what their website has to say.
Hi, all. Welcome back. We're here with the students from University of Cincinnati. Judges, if you have questions, go ahead and turn on your camera. First up, we have Naomi. Go ahead, Naomi. You're on mute.
Hi, thank you so much for the project. It's really interesting and very topical too, because we become so familiar with lateral flow tests in the last 2 years, I guess. But this kind of usage was, that does make sense. And so I have two very different questions, actually, if I can ask two. So first one is that you mentioned that there's a collection for different parts of the body. So the sample would be collected from at least three different sources, like part of the body. So how do you envisage it? Do you test with three different strips, or is it like the user have to combine them all, or like can you kind of walk us through how the testing sort of works? I was just intrigued that there were different parts of the body that was specified. So
yeah, that's a great question. So one of the things we learned about chlamydia when we talked to some experts is that chlamydia is a localized infection. So wherever you got infected is where it's going to remain, basically. So depending on where this infection started is where you would want to test. And so you have different methods to test for different areas. So that's essentially how you would determine what device you use for that.
I see. That sounds great. So that means maybe you have 3 or 4 different sort of tests in a kit, and then you kind of collect from different locations and then do the test for each of them or something like that.
Yeah, or if you know for sure where the infection might have started, then you can kind of reduce the amount that you're doing.
I see. I see what you're saying. Can I ask a very different question as well?
Yeah.
Great. So you said in the video that this kit would sort of destigmatize the STD test, and it encourages better acceptance of STDs, or sort of speaking more about it, which I'm not sure, because your video also is talking about how it's stigmatized it is, so you can kind of make it more private, but still you can kind of deal with the disease better, right? That sounds like the purpose of this kit, yeah, to me. So that kind of sort of is not about opening up and then talking about it. It's more like protecting, the privacy, while sort of keeping the STD down, because if you have it. Do I understand correct, or can you tell us a little bit more about that statement you made, that this will open up that conversation about STD more? It's gonna sort of increase the acceptance of STD. What do you mean by that? Can you explain a little bit more?
Like you said, the main purpose of CLAIM is to open up the conversation. Like the characters in the video, at first they were really shy and they didn't really want to talk about STDs at all. But then by the end, they were having a conversation about it. And that's mainly what we mean. And by the test itself, you're right, it does make it more private. But for example, humans go to the bathroom in private, and that probably isn't going to change anytime soon. And so we kind of view chlamydia testing as the same sort of thing, that there are some things people will want to do in private, but if you can have the conversation about it and use the resources on our website to then get treated and then start talking with your friends about it, that will help reduce the stigma. And it's kind of like a COVID test. We do not anticipate that our claim test will be the end all be all. For example, if you're taking a COVID test and you're positive, you want to go to the doctor and get medicine and then contact the people you've been with lately. Same thing here. You'll want to go to the doctor and get medicine and then talk to who you've been with lately. And if it's negative, since claim is only for chlamydia currently, then we would hope that you would then feel the confidence to go to a doctor and get tested for other STDs, or at least have that conversation. So again, it is more private, but it's just sparking the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi, for your questions. Thank you, students from Cincinnati. We are out of time. We're going to move on to LaSalle College of the Arts. Let's roll it.
Clean Touch is a study on new self-cleaning material development concerning the rapid decline of the sense of touch amongst germaphobes due to the pandemic since 2019. Nationwide lockdowns has changed the way in which we interact with people and spaces drastically. Fear has caused a prevention in many of life's touchpoints. This includes avoiding daily activities such as opening and closing door handles or picking up daily items. There has been an increase by 68% in germaphobes showing fear since the pandemic. This intends to increase further and further in the future. Hence, it is important to find a solution. This involves creating a self-cleaning material. As we already know, nanotech has created a self-cleaning material made out of nanocrystals. However, a gap is formed. The pricing of the product can get expensive for small businesses to implement in their daily lifestyle. Hence, it is important to create a cheaper and effective material to help germaphobes move freely. This can be made with lotus leaves. The natural property of a lotus leaf are quite similar to the requirements of a material being self-cleaning. One of the qualities is being antibacterial. This would help for the surface of the material to be clean at all times, even though the material has been touched by many people. The second quality is being hydrophobic. The property of being hydrophobic is important when creating a self-cleaning material. As we all know, COVID-19 is spread through water droplets. Lotus leaves are covered with a layer of natural wax, which causes water to form droplets that roll over the surface and fall, picking up any dirt along the way. As seen in the above image, the virus would be present inside the water droplet. The wax crystal on the lotus leaf would help water to form droplets easily and then further roll over the surface of the material. This is a prime example of how the water would form into droplets. On a closer look, the water drop stays on the surface without breaking into smaller droplets. This is called the lotus effect. Now it is to know how can the lotus leaf be used commercially. This can be made through creating a material and a concrete. To create the material, lotus leaf was bought. However, the leaf wilted immediately and lost some of its hydrophobic properties. Further investigations were made by removing the waxy layer of the leaf. However, it did not show its full capacity of being hydrophobic as seen in the image. Upon research, when the leaf was preserved and pressed under the weight overnight, it had the same hydrophobic property as it did before the preserving process. This would then help in forming the material. To create the concrete, the leaf was grinded finely with a mortar and pestle. It was then passed under a hydrophobic test which came out to be positive. These results would help in developing and creating a hard version of the lotus leaf. Now it is important to know how to bind the powder. Multiple experiments were made by using different binding agents. These agents included chemicals such as 99% isopropyl alcohol, leaf wax, and pine crystals. From what was noticed, the leaf in its natural form marked as green showed the best results of all three properties, being antibacterial, biodegradable, and hydrophobic. The ones that used binding agents marked as red had results that could be developed further and did not work quite well, except the material at the bottom right showed good levels of being hydrophobic by repelling most of the water droplets that was fallen on it. This was made by ironing the leaf and breaking the leaf down into a powder with a mortar and pestle. The leaf was then added to the melted wax and boiled at a high temperature. This would allow all the properties of the leaf to bind together without harming it. It is then pressed under a weight and dried. The wax that was used was from lotus leaves. This was the final result of the concrete. It was hard and easily moldable as it uses a hot and cold making system. It was seen that when the leaf was dried using artificial heat, such as the iron, worked the best as it helped to crush the leaves to form a powder. However, for making a material, natural heat such as the sun worked much better. On analysis, binding agents such as water, leaf, wax, grease, or preservation worked when using lotus leaf either in its original form or grinded. The uses of the lotus leaf material and concrete can be used on items that are touched by many in public spaces. For items such as the door handle and the takeaway box, the lotus leaf material would be beneficial as it would create a soft sleeve which would be comfortable when used. For items such as the phone case and pop socket, the concrete is used to show sturdiness. The future of the material can move into different sectors such as the fashion and furniture industry.
And we're back with Anushka from LaSalle College of the Arts. Hannah, quick to the punch. Go ahead and ask your question.
Sure thing. Thanks for this. I really like the fact that your project takes a material and doesn't actually manipulate it that much. It says there are qualities in the lotus leaf, which is something we really want to see elsewhere. My concern is mostly about the application. And in most cases, I think kind of collectively, germophobia is understood to be a psychological issue. And so like there's sort of more and more and more technical things we could do, but probably like that is something that has to be treated separately. And so I wonder a little bit about like the idea that this ought to be treating germophobia as opposed to being just a really awesome material that you've done great craft work and showing us how it could function or be used. And I wonder if you might talk about that a bit.
So I think the main purpose was to treat it in a certain way. I know there are other ways that you can treat the problems that germophobes face, but I think starting this off, it would be better to treat it.
Okay. Could I follow up and just ask if you spoke with any people who are kind of facing this type of issue, or that perhaps you read some additional material about people who are facing these difficulties following COVID in particular?
Yes, so I did have like a couple of interviews with few germophobes who did face these problems. So their main concern was when they went out in public spaces. For instance, if they would use the restroom, they would use their hands. They would use their elbows to open doors or their feet. So that caused like a problem and they weren't really comfortable. So hence I tried to create something that can be a sleeve instead of them fidgeting so much, to create like a sleeve on items and they can be more free. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I appreciate your effort in really talking to some people who are facing these issues. I think it's important to look at what users are telling you.
Thanks, Hannah. Why don't we move on to Ravi?
Hi, great presentation. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what are other materials that this material would like compete against? Like, are there other coatings or commercial products that you were kind of researching or comparing this against?
Yeah, so the main comparison was with nanotech. So they did create a material that is self-cleaning, but as you saw, it was like quite expensive. So my main purpose was to create something that is a bit more cheaper so that few people can afford it or like businesses to implement it. Yeah.
Are there any other questions from the judges? Naomi, please go ahead.
Yeah, just quick one. Have you? So I might have missed it, but have you tried after you made this new material? Did you try the hydrophobicity, the self-cleaning property of your product? How? Yeah.
Yes, I did. So I did test it on the concrete as well as just the lotus leaf. And the concrete had a little bit less more hydrophobic properties, but again, the natural form had just more levels of hydrophobic. So I did conduct all those tests and get the final results.
Do we have a bit more time? Can I dig in just a little bit deeper? You chose wax as a binder, right?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell us why you chose wax instead of other material?
So the reason I chose wax is, again, because wax repellents water. So it would bind it furthermore and increase the hydrophobic property of the lotus leaf. Hence, I chose wax. And I chose wax from a lotus leaf itself. So I extracted the wax from it. So it's using its own property to bind it further.
Wow, how did you do that? That much of wax? You extract, that's a lot of lotus.
Yeah, that was a lot. I had to get a bunch of it.
Right, thank you.
Can you tell me next steps? What are you planning for the project now that you've completed the competition?
So I further plan to make it even more commercial. So what I found out was that it can be a little brittle and like more fragile. So I hope to make it a little bit more sturdy so it can last a longer period of time. So because I come from a design background, I hope to collaborate with other people from different sectors to make it more sturdy.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anushka. Are there any other questions from the judges? Lisa, I saw you for a second. There you are.
Yeah, I had a quick question. So did you think through the life cycle? Was the life cycle of this part of your planning? Because, the nano materials that you were kind of competing against have life cycle issues. Can you talk a little bit about how you thought through that?
Yeah, so again, the nanocrystals, I think, has like a lifespan of about 2 to 3 months, and then you have to dispose it. Whereas lotus leaves, when it's pressed under weight, during the pressing method, it can last you about easily 50 years. Because leaves is something, when you press it under, it would last for a long period of time. So time would not be an issue when creating the material.
You're on mute still.
A quick question, a follow-up question. Were you thinking about recycling these? So if they last for 50 years, how does the recycling work?
I feel like putting it back into nature and letting it biodegrade, and it's quite fertile as well. So it can be used as a fertilizer to make more. So it will go back into nature and biodegrade and do its thing.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Anushka. We're out of time. We're going to move on to our last team of this session before the break. We'll go on to School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Thanks again, Anushka.
Thank you.
Roll it.
Can artists and designers working with technology collaborate with living organisms in a way that is meaningful and mutually beneficial? And can this collaboration act as an essential demonstration of how our electronic-dependent society can change the way we consume and use personal electronics like phones and computers? We formed the artist collective Slime Vault to determine exactly that. Slime Vault is an artist-led collaborative that aims to disrupt the modern technology paradigm by incorporating biological components within existing electronic systems, not simply as a means to replace computer parts, but rather to foster a new kind of caring relationship with our electronics. The current culture around our consumption of electronics is entirely unsustainable. The almost immediate obsolescence of personal devices has led to an annual accumulation of 50 million tons of e-waste alone. Rather than simply providing new biological materials to replace electronic components that in turn would become a new kind of e-waste, our collaborative decided to address the cultural problems around overconsumption itself. As a group, we created an instrument that can act as a model for creating new kinds of symbiotic relationships with our personal electronics. We chose to collaborate with the organism Physarum polycephalum, a user-friendly protoplasmic slime mold used commonly in laboratory settings. Physarum polycephalum is a dynamic and fascinating...
Hi all, it's me again. We're actually going to go to break now and then start again with the students from SAIC shortly. We'll see you in a brief moment. See you in 15.
Rhapsody for an Expanded Biotechnological Apparatus is a tactile sound installation located in the elevator of the Tang Teaching Museum that connects hidden artifacts of science to familiar domains of the everyday. I'm Laura Splan, and I'm an interdisciplinary artist. My work explores the intersections of science, technology, and culture through embodied interactions and sensory engagement. The installation re-envisions the elevator as a biological cell and its visitors as proteins as they're prompted to engage with a haptic textile sculpture while listening to a sonic tour of a biotech laboratory. The soundscape is a wandering journey created from recordings made during my artist residency at the Science Center in Philadelphia. Robotic movements of machines, gurgling dish drains, and conversations among scientists come together to create a soundscape entitled chaperone. In biology, a chaperone is a type of protein that helps other proteins fold properly inside the lumen of a cell. The accompanying textile sculpture, entitled Lumen, prompts visitors to embody the biological process of protein folding when sitting on the rug made from the fiber of laboratory llamas and alpacas who are used to produce antibodies for human drugs, including vaccines. Instructions guide visitors to remove shoes and sit cross-legged as a choreographed gesture that embodies the folding of proteins inside a cell's lumen. Tactile transducers beneath the rug vibrate with the bumps, clicks, and bangs of laboratory machines in the soundscape. The fiber for the sculpture was donated by a vivarium at a laboratory that produces biological products for biotech research and pharmaceutical industry. I hand wash, card, and spin the fiber into yarn for my textiles, sculptures, and installations. The work questions notions of the presence and absence of bodies, evoking the mutability of categories that delineate their status, and renders the elevator as a space for contemplation of the unseen labor of both humans and non-humans within an often invisible system.
Welcome to Kulina, the world's first gastrolab. We've fused biotechnology, architecture, and design to create a new kitchen concept. Experience it for yourself. Kulina goes back to traditional processes of cooking, re-establishing our connection to the food we eat. Here, we air dry food in low humidity and low heat, using natural ventilation through air bricks. In this indoor farm, we grow organic fruit and vegetables. We use hydroponics, a method that uses nutrient solutions instead of soil to drastically reduce water usage and pest problems. These vertical panels are filled with grow stones, which we repurpose from glass waste for superior air and water retention. Irrigation is constant and controlled, ensuring a bountiful harvest all year round. Kulina's architecture emphasises how everything is connected. Everything that is generated is conserved and utilised fully, from heat to refrigeration, so you have our oven room to thank not only for your food, but also for this dining room's cosy temperature. Speaking of which, please take your seat and make yourself comfortable. At Kulina, you don't choose a predetermined dish. Instead, you gather your ingredients, starting with your main. The algorithm suggests ideal combinations which suit your developing flavour profile. Here, you have a selection of pickles which complement your choices so far. After you've made your selections, we surprise you with your unique meal. Your dish is Mesosaurus gravlax. Excellent choice. Mesosaurus has been extinct for centuries, but you can enjoy it today thanks to scientific leaps in protein production. No animal will be harmed in the creation of your dish. Would you like to learn about the technologies that makes this possible? Wonderful! This is where all our protein is made. From beloved favourites like chicken, beef and pork, to more exotic options like Mesosaurus, dinosaur meat and dodo poultry. Our chefs are even experimented with yet unnamed meats. It's all possible through Kulina Pro Yeast, patented perfusion bioreactor technology that harvests protein from genetically engineered yeast. Select from our range of cell pods, each a customised yeast cell line for production of your meat of choice. You can even design meats thanks to advances in synthetic DNA technology. Here, our yeast cell line is optimised to efficiently secrete recombinant protein via its secretory pathway. Proteins are transported into the surrounding culture medium and selectively filtered into a protein pipeline where they travel to a protein reservoir under high rates of perfusion. Proteins arrive at a second chamber where larger target proteins are separated by size exclusion chromatography. With the help of gravity and additional vacuum enhancements, the protein is forced down the column, while smaller nutrient molecules are recycled back into the reactor vessel for continuous fermentation. Finally, protein molecules diffuse into a scaffold chamber, where they bind to a macroporous 3D scaffold. The 3D matrix provides a structure alike that of meat tissue, where immobilized proteins begin to collect. And there we have it! Clean meat with unrivaled taste and texture. As your chef finishes cooking your dish, let's see where the rest of your ingredients come from. Here in Kulina, the chef is not the only one creating your meal. We also make use of tiny energy, working with natural processes that transform, distill, and flavour your food. These processes happen throughout the building, where the requirements of these microbial processes informed the architecture, making it a truly symbiotic environment for both microorganisms and humans. The tropical room obtains its humid environment from a sous vide bath for slow cooking. The humidity provides the perfect conditions for microorganisms like Aspergillus oryzae to multiply to produce a key ingredient, koji. Fermentation mostly takes place in the cellar. Bacteria and yeasts enable us to lacto-ferment fruit and vegetables, create interesting vinegars, and make the many flavours of kombucha we pair with our dishes. The refrigeration room is kept at a steady low temperature by evaporation cooling and natural insulation, so it doesn't use up a lot of energy. Once we've reached the flavour profile we are seeking through our microbial processes, we place the jars and containers in the refrigeration room to halt activity by reducing the microorganisms' energy levels, thereby maintaining the perfect taste until required. We end back in the dining room, which is as simple and natural as the food we serve. Everything comes together on your plate. Your dish is not just a meal, but a medley of tiny energy, biotechnology, and human ingenuity. We hope that touring Kulina made the invisible visible, adding richness to your experience and a sense of connection to your food. Speaking of which, your food has arrived. Enjoy your meal.
You may be asking, how did this all begin? Kulina evolved when 4 students from completely different backgrounds came together with a shared love for food. I'm Emma, a molecular biologist. I am fascinated by the vibrant potential of microorganisms for sustainable development. My current focus is on microbial cell technology for clean meat production.
I'm Dawn from South Korea. My background is in user-centered spatial design. I helped Emma design a user-friendly bioreactor as part of a bigger immersive experience.
I'm Pippa, the aspiring architect of the group. I'm working on creating a common language to make the invisible world of microorganisms an accessible design tool. Using tiny energy principles, ecological design can be encouraged to harness the abundant energy embodied in microorganisms.
I'm Adrian, a medical doctor from the Philippines, now studying innovation design. I'm investigating ways to introduce radical ideas through incremental changes by involving people in the iterative process. That got me interested in helping Pippa translate her ideas into an early prototype.
When the unprecedented pandemic, COVID-19, brought the whole world to a standstill, flaws in our food economy began to show, and with it, a newfound urgency for sustainable innovation. These 4 friends saw this as an opportunity. The lockdown didn't stop them from doing what they did best, cooking up innovations. Combining their interests, they came together to create the very first GastroLab picnic. And with that, Kulina was born. An innovation using a mixture of ancient techniques and tangible biotechnologies, imagined into one cohesive system. The aim of Kulina was to provide a solution with immediate implementation to prevent humans heading into a dystopian future, but an ecological one with strong connections to nature. What set it apart was a deliberate effort to work with nature, not to replace it, and to balance a complex science concept with accessible design. When Kulina first opened, there was praise and there was controversy.
GMO or clean meat. Genetically modified organisms, or GMOs, have long caused controversy, despite evidence suggesting they do not pose any human health risk, but provide nutrient enhancements and economic benefits.
We're not sure about the nutritional benefit. Farmers are losing jobs.
I see it as an opportunity. I earn much more than when I was working the fields.
Vegan is no longer niche. It's a mega trend.
The Kulina prototype became a momentous open-source experiment. Lawmakers started considering the GastroLab concept as an answer to food security. Scientists and chefs collaborated in the design of new meats. Kulina's website became an open-source cornucopia of recipes, resources, and ingredients, inspired by the founder's cookbook that made sustainable cooking techniques available to everyone. Architects are now exploring how to incorporate the concept into a residential tower block, replacing individual kitchens with a modified gastrolab running through the entire building. The vision is to ultimately integrate food security with modern life in urban cities. From a humble picnic to a gastrolab and finally to the home. Kulina is a testament to how biotechnology and design can come together to create ecological solutions for a sustainable future.
I'm really interested in the phrase more than human. I started Max with a humanist point of view, and what's happened is I have developed an awareness that not only the humanists need to be at the table, but also the scientists, the creative technologists, and the artists. The founding of Max was in part inspired by the sense that the public was getting more and more disenchanted. And part of that disenchantment had to do with all the technological change. It was both isolating people and polarizing people. So we knew we wanted to do art and technology together, but we felt it was very important to do a festival and then give the audience a taste of agency around this. We do biennial festivals because it takes us 2 years to get inside the scientific mission we're looking at, and then we strive to present an array of work that give you different points of view on that technology or scientific mission. So the technology and the scientific innovation can help artists have deeper artistic expression, and the artistic expression can reflect back on our technology and how it affects our lives. So I thought both of these people have the same goal, which is to improve the human condition and trying to make the world a better place. We create collaborations between artists and scientists, and then they go forward with the work, and then we present it. In this festival, we've been able to gather an amazing array of pieces and artists. Siren is an immersive concert of whale songs, accompanied by these visualizations that help you understand the structure of the songs.
Listening to the humpbacks, it's sort of like a reminder to draw us into these other creatures that are alongside them.
It's a siren call. People do not change their mind when they are told facts. They change their mind when their awareness is raised in some way. So there's nothing better to do that with than art. So it's very much our feeling that bringing these two disciplines together can make a real change in the world.
The life of a bioengineer. It might sound like it's all glamorous coats and self-rotating stools, but it's hard. People always think I'm up to no good, as if I'm like cloning a team of superhumans to work under me.
What? Why don't they ever talk about our life-saving vaccines?
Right? It's like there's this elephant in the room. But I'm not a mad scientist. I'm not even a scientist. Under this coat, I'm actually a programmer. I came to Ginkgo to code the greatest technology ever. Not this simple robot. This greatest technology. We have so much to learn before our innovations are this advanced. What if eco-friendly homes could sprout from seeds? What if we could grow anything? Picture cell phones and tablets with self-healing glass? That doesn't exist yet. Well, maybe we get on that. So pause work on sustainable agriculture? I mean, we don't even have to choose. With the same tech, we're making everything from cancer therapeutics to a yeast that produces cannabis. What I'm saying is, synthetic biology is so much more than you think. Take this beaker. You hear DNA designer, you probably think this is toxic sludge. That is toxic sludge. What? We're studying it to design bacteria that cleans polluted waterways? Exactly my point. So next time you hear bioengineer, imagine a team of coders, biologists, engineers, artists, who also happen to love dinosaurs. Come envision the future of synthetic biology.
The universe in the natural world is the best designer. I don't think there's anyone that does color, shape, form, sound, light better than Mother Earth does. So I've always been in love and been inspired by the natural environment. Design is about solving problems, and sustainability is the biggest challenge of our century. Great designers love good challenges, and I think it's why we are making headway, is because I remember seeing the fire in their eyes when I said, we must take this on.
When we think about designing for circularity, it touches on a few different aspects: reducing waste and pollution, designing more efficiently from the inside out, designing products that last and grow with us through different life stages, and of course, trying to incorporate as much recycled content and bio-based materials into the product. The more we hold hands, the more impact we will have. And so it's really sort of getting in there and asking good questions and supporting each other. There's a lot of breaking process that happens, but it's also really exciting and very rewarding.
Our design team constantly is thinking about how our materials and processes can be developed to be recyclable, reusable, reformable, with minimal pollutive outcome. We want to help reshape the industry's dependence on making new materials and instead switch over to 100% reuse of waste materials that would otherwise end up in landfills and give them a second life.
We need to look at hardware, but also software and supply chain, and from how the materials are sourced to how the product is put together and how it's also taken apart, and what happens to the product after its life.
I see us as being at this inflection point of being able to innovate and create solutions that don't yet exist, that address more of the problems that we've never intended to create, but we hope we can fix in this next go-round. To me, a lot of this also attaches to the people we're listening to, the people we're partnering with to create those solutions, to create those products. I think the world overall is at a place and understanding that there can be a more equitable future for everyone, and that we can address those unintended consequences really from the start.
Sustainability is absolutely critical to our consumer hardware journey. And I think you can see it in some of our products. I mean, when you look at them, you can tell that there was a diverse team that was thinking through them. And that's probably the biggest reward, is to be able to see that. I'll show it to my kids and they're like, I really like this, I really like that, this is really cool, it doesn't look like the rest. Well, it doesn't look like the rest because it was built in a more inclusive way.
People think that corporations should be doing more in this space, and I think you've always said we need to make it a benefit for our customers. This can't just be like a good idea from a scientific perspective, but it has to really resonate with their heart.
We have been saving energy for the past decade with our Nest thermostat, and we wanted to allow more people to save energy with our new product. And not only are we saving more energy, but we were able to make it more sustainable at the same time, and without any compromise in beauty, in how it looks.
You don't have to compromise beauty or function to do what's right. So I look forward to discoveries, collaborations, creations, where we move forward and we secure that humanity will stay alive and that we take care of Mother Earth that created us.
To those who care, what if we could turn flowers into coats, air into ink, grapes into leather? Let us introduce you to the greatest inventor of all time, nature. us humans as its best creative partners. Because our actions now will define life on Earth for the next 100 years. This is why we innovate. For a planet where both humans and nature thrive.
And welcome back, everyone. We are coming back from break. We're going to start off this session with School of Art, Institute of Chicago. Let's roll it.
Can artists and designers working with technology collaborate with living organisms in a way that is meaningful and mutually beneficial? And can this collaboration act as an essential demonstration of how our electronic-dependent society can change the way we consume and use personal electronics like phones and computers? We formed the artist collective Slime Volt to determine exactly that. Slime Volt is an artist-led collaborative that aims to disrupt the modern technology paradigm by incorporating biological components within existing electronic systems, not simply as a means to replace computer parts, but rather to foster a new kind of caring relationship with our electronics. The current culture around our consumption of electronics is entirely unsustainable. The almost immediate obsolescence of personal devices has led to an annual accumulation of 50 million tons of e-waste alone. Rather than simply providing new biological materials to replace electronic components that in turn would become a new kind of e-waste, our collaborative decided to address the cultural problems around overconsumption itself. As a group, we created an instrument that can act as a model for creating new kinds of symbiotic relationships with our personal electronics. We chose to collaborate with the organism Physarum polycephalum, a user-friendly protoplasmic slime mold used commonly in laboratory settings. Physarum polycephalum is a dynamic and fascinating organism that's unique abilities and physical intelligence has continued to resist classification and challenge the greater scientific community's understanding of intelligence. Physarum polycephalum has the ability to solve basic mazes and has impressive pathfinding capabilities. It also is able to respond and to thrive in states where it's exposed to electrical stimuli, making it a perfect fit for our foray into biocomputing.
Originally, we were introduced into biocomputing through the work of Eduardo Miranda, the Director for Computer Music Research at the University of Plymouth, as well as the work of Andrew Adamaski, who runs the Unconventional Computing Lab at the University of West England in Bristol. Adamaski, in particular, has been researching slime mold for over 10 years, and in his text, Physarum Machines, provides us with an experiment that allows us to measure slime mold's electrical potential. In this setup, we would place conductive tape on two ends of a petri dish filled with agar. By attaching slime mold's favorite food on either end, which are rolled oats, slime mold would grow in between the two parts and create an electrical bridge. We would then measure this connection as a resistance value. We found through this experiment that as slime mold grew, its resistance would increase proportional to its growth. We then took our setup into what's known as an oscillator circuit, which takes an electrical current and turns it into a square wave. But this is plugged in. That's so cool. This is our slime sound. This design is at the core of so many early electronic synthesizers and costs only a few dollars to create. In our circuit, we were using a 3-volt battery, which is a size commonly seen in hearing aids, and outputs a safe voltage that should have no effect on our cultures. As a group, we were able to create over 50 plates and found no harm in the organism in any of our experiments. We were then able to create personalized setups to play with and perform with each other.
Oh, wow!
Turning slime mold cultures into an 8-step sequencer, or plugging it into an old toy and hacking how it used to sound. We then shared our progress in class critiques and got feedback from students and faculty, as well as artists and musicians around Chicago giving us some of their best advice. Through this experimentation, we became fascinated by the care relationship that began to develop between ourselves and the organism. This began to fuel our philosophy on collaborating with living components in electronics. To begin to put these ideas to test, we narrowed our scope towards DIY electronics communities, making our practice accessible to them by designing with readily available devices and sharing our entire protocol on existing platforms, as well as on our website with instructional videos on how to get started. In our latest model, we designed a terrarium for our slime molds to live in. We've attached our analog circuit that we mentioned previously alongside with the new integration of a Raspberry Pi. This has allowed us to add in a functionality for time-lapse recording and measure in data such as temperature and other parameters to further push our care element. With an overall goal in providing an open source and customizable setup to care for and record information from slime mold. As a collective, we believe that by introducing individuals on how to care for living organisms within existing machines, that we can foster a new kind of relationship with our electronic devices that encourages collaborations with the living world.
Fantastic project team. First up, we have Hannah Rogers with a question.
Great. Thank you for a really great project. I'm sure we all love slime molds and we love to think about this kind of a project and what else you could do. I really have a two-part question. The first part is that you've kind of framed what you've done a bit differently than some of our teams and started out talking about the community building aspects of what you did. And I wondered if you might talk a little bit about why you did it in this way and what you think is achieved by thinking about the project as a collaborative rather than, say, as a business or even as a course. And then secondly, you mentioned that you got feedback from people in Chicago, some artists and musicians, and I'm sure we'd all love to hear a little bit about that process and the kinds of feedback that you got.
Awesome. Thank you, Hannah. I'd like to jump in. In terms of community building, I think we really wanted to try to introduce the basic electronics to the DIY music community because their experimental mindset seemed to be ample to include biocomputing into the whole mix. So it seemed like the right community to target to not keep us too broad. And in this community, there's a huge part of them SAIC and around Chicago. And of them, one of our favorites we met up with was a composer named Samuel Adams, who was working with electrical components with acoustic instruments and was just kind of really pushing this idea of like, what does it mean to compose with an organism? And what does it mean to think about traditional music when the composer is a collaborator that's no longer a human and it's this organism like slime mold who has all these amazing properties? So that was our intro to that.
Yeah, I think also we wanted to stay true to our position as artists. And, this field is something we're very much already working in, already collaborating in. So we had a really strong base to start to build this community off of. So rather than taking it into the direction of like a business or a course or a class or something like that, we saw from the communities we already participate in an interest in this. And so we wanted to stay true to that.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Lots of questions. Let's start with Lisa, and then we'll go to Ravi, and then finally Naomi.
Hi. I love this project, and what's really interesting is where it might be in 10 years. And I'm wondering, you've got a website where people can follow the steps. You've kind of provided your recipes. Do you have a manifesto?
Yes, and in a way we do. A lot of that was still kind of being written. But we do have a mission statement that is going on the website and will have its own place on it. We see that as kind of a living document that will change and be added to the more people we start to onboard onto this collective.
Thanks.
Great presentation. I also love the video backgrounds. I'd love to figure out how to get some slime mold on my background as well. I guess my question is a little bit more like from an engineering perspective. It sounds like a lot of what you've been exploring is how to interface electronic systems and components with biology and kind of like modularizing what the biological system is doing in this case. And I'm wondering from your explorations, what have you learned? Like what sort of functions can the slime mold like uniquely provide? And are there things that like are unique about what the slime mold is doing that can't be accomplished with like electronic or other means? I'm curious if that's something that was, you kind of dove into in the exploration.
Definitely, yeah. The first thing that we kind of explored with our initial designs was Physarum polycephalum's path-making ability in growing wires with its like protoplasmic connections. Something that's really exciting about Physarum polycephalum in the world of biocomputing is its candidacy as a hypothetical memristor, which allows Physarum polycephalum has this really unique ability that when it interacts with electrical voltages, it physically kind of braces itself in a way that is replicable and stays specifically with a specific voltage that passes through it after electricity has passed through the organism. So we can start to, in creating systems, have these computing systems that have ingrained memory in them, kind of remember their previous position even after power has run through a computing system, which would be huge and revolutionary in all kinds of computing. So that's something we haven't tapped into yet, but we have been starting to think about different systems that can really embrace this unique capability this organism has.
Have you guys tried other organisms, living organisms, other than slime molds?
We've tried using other living materials. We first went on the route of looking to just replace, such as a resistance value, a set value. So we use other materials. We tried alginate as a steady material to see just a pure conductivity. I think what was interesting with slime mold was the ability to reculture it and be able to make constant new setups. I believe this could be done really well with mycelium, although we didn't try that very much. Slime mold was really our prime candidate for this one.
Hi. Do we have a bit more time than done? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm really curious about the music itself, like how they differ from what humans consciously make. Like, have you tried sort of playing it to people without telling them, like, it involved living organism, and then revealing and how they might sort of feel differently about the music and things like that?
I think so much of our performances right now have been about educating and been about like showcasing systems that have living components. So we haven't shown it off out of context. But that would be really interesting. I know we have some performance ideas and plans going forward. But yeah, we haven't thought about kind of showing it to people blind, because so much of it was bringing them on to this kind of making and thinking. But yeah, we'll totally think about that.
Right.
Thank you, Naomi. Ryan, let's jump to you as our last question.
Great. I really appreciate how you all have spoken about how these things kind of function within this electronic system and this kind of social aspect. I'd really like to hear you talk a little bit more about this notion of care and that relationship that sort of exists with this organism and is really fostered by this process. I think in particular, as musicians and as instrument makers, how all those things sort of come together and just kind of talk about what this relationship is for you personally.
For me personally, having done a lot of work in electronics, I think what related it to biology to me was this idea that with very little components, you could have a lot of magnitude of different outcomes and possibilities. And I think with electronic sound, you could get this notion very quickly that with changing very few things, you can have various outcomes. And I think that was really an idea for us in the electronics end to think about slime mold. But then in terms of care, I think just making the cultures as a group, each of us making cultures and really just continuing to see at our own rate what was going on, realize that these two worlds can come together seemingly easily, where cheap components and cheap to make setups can leave them in the same kind of ballpark of curiosity. And we thought that really by including this sound element, that it keeps the users engaged on a level that's not just looking directly at the cultures. And that we would want to kind of make a setup that brings it into a more playful element where it's not so much only care, but care and play and excitement around having this thing in your home and taking care of it.
Yeah, and I think like Yusuf said too, we have a background in technology, and I think a lot of this was born from a frustration in the disposability of the materials we use. And as artists, we try to make things that are special and meaningful and like lasting and withstanding. And I think that this was the natural kind of conclusion of that. If by bringing a living thing into this, our relationship with it changed so much. We kind of had this running joke of like when you feed your iPhone, you have to feed your iPhone. It's more of a collaborator and it's more of an extension of yourself, and your relationship with that technology changes.
Great. Ryan, thank you for your question. Yusuf and Ben, thank you for your project. We're going to move on now to Fashion Institute of Technology. Thank you both. Roll it.
It's no secret that the leather industry is unethical to the environment, its workers, and animals. Some of the dangerous chemicals used, especially in the tanning process, end up significantly affecting people who work in and around the tanneries. As the awareness of the harms of the leather industry increase, there have been many demands for alternative leather. Some of the most popular ones include faux leather and are petroleum-based. However, the synthetic leather can take up to 500 years to biodegrade. Even most plant-based leather has some amount of plastic coating or glues used to meet performance threshold. One reason for such problem is the lack of education about leather's environmental footprints and accessibility to create a more sustainable alternative. It is important as consumers to have access to fountains of information that educate the public on the products we are buying, and it is also important for products to be out there to make sustainable alternatives more accessible. In order to learn more about what people knew or wanted about leather alternatives and sustainability, we created a survey sent out to our classmates and connections on social media. Our group met with psychology professor Dr. Daniel Berkendorf, who gave us insight on how to write and develop the survey. The demographic of our survey ranges from ages 14 to 68 who live in the New York metropolitan area. Our percentage of consumers that answered our survey, 75% to be precise, showed an interest in learning more about bioleather. Additionally, our survey also revealed that 58% of the participants had zero knowledge about bioleather, highlighting a significant need for increased education about leather and its environmental impacts. From the survey data and research, we concluded that there is a need for accessibility about sustainable leather alternatives in education, material sourcing, and production for everyone, including those with economic barriers, to reduce the negative environmental impact of the leather industry. Our project aligns with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, particularly with 3 of them, number 10, 12, and 13. For number 10, it is that one of the issues regarding sustainable design is the expensive manufacturing costs, leading many to choose cheaper alternatives with environmental disadvantages. For number 12, animal-derived leathers use toxic chemicals in the tanning and dyeing process that pollute our environment. Number 13, the leather industry consumes as much energy as aluminum, paper, steel, cement, and petroleum manufacturing industries. Animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of the climate crisis and deforestation, and produces the largest amount of methane emission in the United States.
Our solution starts with providing education and hands-on experience to increase awareness and knowledge about sustainable materials and leather alternatives. In order to combat these pressing fashion industry and environmental issues, we propose the idea of supplying educational kits to consumers. First of all, we wanted all the materials and components to be accessible. All of the materials in our kit can be easily and renewably sourced from the grocery store and common food waste, eliminating many economical or geographical barriers. Second of all, our kit is environmentally friendly. Not only will the production of these leather alternatives be non-toxic and biodegradable, but they would also help decrease food waste. Also, all the packaging provided with the kit is reusable, recyclable, or compostable with instructions. Thirdly, we wanted to emphasize solving the misinformation and lack of education about bioleathers and the leather industry. Our kit would be interactive, easy, and fun for people of all skill levels. Finally, the kit would also be endlessly reusable. Recipes can be easily edited by consumers to match their goals and needs, and can be used again and again. This gives our kit a long product life, reinforcing circular design. Our easy bioleather kits include key ingredients, tools, and a recipe book that allow beginners to create their own bioleathers while also encouraging experimentation. We include a sample of glycerin plasticizer, as well as samples of agar and gelatin powder binders. Plasticizers are responsible for the flexibility of the final product, while binders are responsible for its solidification. We also include tools such as circle molds for casting and drying the bioleathers, a syringe for measuring, and gloves for safety. Our cookbook is designed to focus on the materials you would have around in any household to ensure it is accessible to a wide variety of people. Including biodegradable components implements a circular product life cycle in our recipes designs. To further reinforce product circularity, the kit's packaging box includes a printed bag pattern inside. Then, users can use it as a template to build their own upcycled products. We also provide a QR code to facilitate sharing of new recipes, products, and ideas created with this kit.
This is a mock-up of the inside of the recipe book along with descriptions of the special features inside. Pictured are 2 example recipes included in the book. To the right, we have the recipe ingredients listed next to the simple step-by-step instructions. There's also a section labeled Notes where individuals have space to write their own findings and thoughts about the recipes. Inspired by Yasol Bey, our team decided to organize the recipe book as an interactive journal where half of the book is filled with empty space for users to experiment with the recipes. The goal is to encourage creativity and invention with the help of our provided basic formula and tools. A sample is also included so people can feel the texture of the bio leather they will be making. We want consumers to have an easy and entertaining experience while creating the bio leather to highlight just how attainable sustainable materials can be. As a home products development major, I wanted to translate this concept to homeware. I wanted to try different biomaterials such as kiwi skin and tea leaves you would find in used tea bags. This video documents the process using avocado skins. So I started by grinding the avocados to powder. I then added water to a pot, and then added the glycerin, agar, and then avocado powder. I then oiled the inside of a jam jar to recreate the look of a coaster. I experimented with the amount of ingredients and tried using more avocado skin to create rough texture you would find on the bottom of a coaster. This is what it would look like if someone were to use this process at home in their own kitchen. To further validate the safety and outcome of the published recipes, our team worked with the FIT lab technician Gwen Sincherio to develop bioleather from avocado peels and coffee grounds.
Suddenly a child in California. It's hard enough today to peel the vinyl from the.
After successfully developing the bioleather samples, we also tested our material's durability and decomposition. The performance result of avocado peel leather highlights the hydrophobic function, fair lightfastness, where the pigment remains unchanged under indoor light, and a low degree of color transfer when rubbing off the bioleather against wet fabric. The team tested the bioleather material decomposition by burying the samples inside a compost box with soil and food waste. After 1 week, the samples started breaking apart and biodegrading. We believe bioleather is the next generation of plant-based leathers. With the Easy Bioleather Kit, we hope to provide easy access and comprehensive publication resources for learners and makers, specifically for the younger generation. Therefore, Easy Bioleather Kit plays as baby steps for everyone to approach sustainable bioleather production as easily as cooking. For more information about Easy Bioleather Kits, please visit us on our social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy and Haley from Fashion Institute of Technology. Judges, if you have any questions, please go ahead and turn on your cameras. Ravi, please start us off.
A great presentation. I guess, could you talk about, I love the idea of like a kit and getting the process and experimentation into different people's hands. I think one thing that's really cool is just like the range of parameters and things you can experiment with. Could you talk about like, were you able to get this into different individuals' hands? And could you talk about some of the like findings of different experiments or how different individuals approached the process?
So I'll jump in. So we didn't actually have anyone experiment beyond our team, but I know that I did a lot of experiments as a home product development major. I kind of wanted to see the different textures and how I can make different home products. I have some samples here. This sample, I used avocado peels, and I also experimented with kiwi skins as well. My findings, I wrote them down, and I definitely would add more glycerin to make the product more flexible. This is very coarse, and with my own findings, I found that there's a lot of experimentation to kind of go around, a lot of different adding and subtracting of ingredients, but I definitely had a fun time using it.
Go ahead, Naomi.
Yes, thank you so much. I am very curious that if what sort of there are different directions you could take your project to, right? Once you had a successful, nice result, durable and everything, you could have gone to making lots of sort of modifications to increase the sort of applicability, to make them use them into different sort of products, or you took the other way, which is like you wanted to create like educational kit. Can you sort of explain to us this sort of a decision to go more toward, this educational sort of sharing the protocol, that sort of that path?
Okay, so what we wanted to do was prioritize education and accessibility. So we created this kit so that everyone could be started off with this basic beginner knowledge, and they would be able to develop it on their own. We tried to make the recipes very beginner friendly and easy to understand. So you could take it and later on, if you wanted to, you could develop it on your own and continue onto your own path. We wanted our project to be like a starting point for hobbyists and aspiring entrepreneurs and anyone interested in leather industry alternatives.
So have you tried? Did you have a workshop with people trying your kits or something like that? Did you engage sort of other people in sort of using this sort of kit? Did you have any opportunities like that?
Unfortunately not. We were only able to use it within our group, and different people in our group did try to make it on our own to see what the experience would be like, but we didn't get the chance to actually distribute it and see outsiders' perspectives yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. I love that we have our materials experts with us. Zoe, kick it off. Let's hear.
So thank you for your project. I really loved your presentation. I guess one of the things I was thinking in regards to knowledge exchange and your recipe book was whether you had considered adding in a little bit about, what they were doing in terms of they're using life-friendly chemistry, that kind of thing, any additional information. So that was one side of it. Did you include within the recipe book any information like that? But also, you added gloves. So just that being able to say, are there any other tools or any other health and safety things that you would need to, add in? Did you have anything like that? That would be, really great, just out of interest.
So we actually include a user guide with warnings and instructions, as well as the gloves, as you mentioned, in the kit, all to enforce safe science experimentation. Yeah, we'll definitely go more in depth with this, but right now the idea is to have a user guide and include those warnings and instructions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Amy, last on our list before we move on.
Thanks, Dan, and thank you guys for a great presentation, and well done for doing sort of user research or research around sort of fellows and their experience around sort of sustainable materials. I have two quick questions, if I can do that, Dan. First one is just around the material exploration and whether they were recipes that you'd found and how much development you did on those. I know you were talking about adding extra glycerin, things like that. And then the second question being, you were talking a lot in the beginning of your presentation about people being unaware of how to make sustainable choices around materials, the impacts of things like synthetic leathers. Had you done anything in the kit which helped people, educate people around that? It seemed there was a lot around recipes, but around making better choices with the materials that are currently available today.
Okay, so your first question was about how we chose the materials, right? Yeah, so we did some research on different sort of recipes that were out, and we made sure that they would be like open source like references, and we tried to use these and see which materials were the most easily accessible, and also like the easiest to use for beginners without like any sort of scientific background or even cooking background. And we chose different types of base materials like avocado. We tried coffee grounds, different sorts of things, but we tried to use things that are most everyone has in their home, like avocados everyone seem to have now, and coffee everyone has, you know. So that's what we try to incorporate. And your second question was, could you remind me what the second question was, please?
Yeah, just around the talking about trying to educate people, not just on the sort of recipe and how to make bio, but you talked a lot about material choices that people make and a wider education around materials and how people maybe consume and shop. And I wonder whether you'd looked into any of building into that, any of that into the kit. Yeah.
Yes. So our recipe book would not just have recipes. So we also plan to include like the beginning, like an introduction to our like our vision out, and what the environmental issues are behind it, and just sort of dive into like all of the specifics regarding sustainable choices before we actually get into the recipes, so they can like fully understand why we're doing this and why they should care about what our project.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Haley. We're out of time. Thank you, Amy, for a great question. We're now going to move on to College for Creative Studies. Well, let's roll it.
The time before 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming feels like eons ago. But in reality, it was just a few short decades back. However, even before we hit that critical threshold, blowing past our previous estimates, climate change was extending existing inequity in treating diseases like malaria, HIV, and tuberculosis, which have all increased in distribution across the world as climate change has accelerated the ripening conditions for them. Years ago, scientists did groundbreaking work in the field of mRNA research, which exploded with the COVID-19 vaccine. Shortly thereafter, anti-malarial vaccine proposals sprouted up. Others followed suit. However, In the pandemic sense, we have not seen a swift and immediate eradication of these deadly diseases. Instead, the centralized vaccine production model has grown increasingly strained and ineffective at distributing life-saving aid to people that need it most. And medical copyright has prevented countries from manufacturing their own versions of vaccine that would ensure a slower progression or halt of the pandemics that have raged since. As sea levels rise, we've turned to look at deep ocean life, not as a source of fear or anxiety, but one of inspiration. Coleoids can build shelters, disguise themselves, and contain the unique ability to shift their RNA on command as a response to stimuli. By applying that methodology to an external vaccine-producing membrane, we're able to periodically update the function to produce new, unique, open-source vaccines, which would allow communities barred from copyright access to produce their own specific iterations for their surrounding community. We took inspiration not only from the coleoid when it came to creating the visual identity and biological structure of the coleo kit, but from what was, in the decade we founded our organization, an emerging field of dry vaccine patches, which were created by making a layer of plastic microneedles with a powdered vaccine solution applied. By the late 2020s, these proved effective in human trials, which in theory should have increased the reach of vaccines across the globe. However, in the early 2030s, the result followed in the same footsteps as the lack of vaccine access before it. In countries where this breakthrough was created, children, infants, and people unable to receive traditional injectables benefited massively. But intellectual copyright toward the patented microneedle technology, as well as the vaccines being applied to the patches themselves, prevented millions of people from receiving mRNA vaccines that no longer required refrigeration or needles. By the 2040s, the vaccine producers halted patch distribution after the manufacturer made the switch back to traditional injectable vaccines, citing growing supply chain issues. Since then, we've been working to develop our own adaptable, equitable solution to vaccine access, and to us, through our open source Coleopod kit, combined with more equitable distribution, we can help ensure more people have access to life-saving vaccines. The Coleopod kit, or Coleo kit for short, places the opportunity for adaptive vaccine patches in everyday people's hands, in a variety of conditions and environments. The prepackaged version comes with an inoculated cellulose-like membrane organism, which, when activated with water, will begin sprouting vaccine patches that can be distributed locally and kept indefinitely at room temperature while attached to the membrane. When a new variant emerges or another disease approaches, requiring a different vaccine, a follow-up kit will be sent out. If a follow-up inoculation solution is, for whatever reason, unable to be shipped directly, and your community has even a rudimentary microlab made using off-the-shelf components, those formulations could be synthesized with our online documentation. Additionally, countries, governments, and external aid foundations could all take advantage of the Coleopod's open source framework by either collaborating for their own form of distribution or working directly with our organization. This ensures that the Coleopod remains adaptable. Even if the tides of funding dry up, people aren't left in the cold. By taking influence from a myriad of successful organizations with the goal of democratizing medical access, we realized that one of the best approaches to aiding people to take charge of their own vaccine production was to follow a model of open access to information, which is why the formulations, schematics, and guides for the creation of the Coleopod kit and follow-up inoculations will always remain transparent and open source. By creating an intuitive instruction set and straightforward design, anyone will be able to help democratize vaccines. What differentiates the Coleopod kit, other than its ability to help aid in creating equitable distribution, is how it adapts not just to situations, but how it adapts its function. The ability for our kit to periodically change its function, switching either for the manufacture of patches for different diseases or a new strain of disease, is made possible through RNA. RNA stands for ribonucleic acid. Every cell in our body has RNA, and it's our cell's way of taking instructions from DNA and figuring out what proteins to make. All types of RNA are involved in building proteins, yet mRNA is the one that actually functions as the messenger. mRNA specifically has the recipe for making proteins. The most important element of RNA, as it pertains to the Coleo kit, is that actual coleoids in the ocean are able to shift their RNA in response to stimuli. We've taken that ability and infused it into the kit. Coleoids have the ability to edit their RNA, changing encoded proteins faster than DNA mutation. Compared to humans who can only edit a few dozen of our 20,000 genes, coleoids can edit more than half of their genetic transfers. RNA editing has an advantage over something like CRISPR or gene therapy in that it is scalable, reversible, and not permanent. That means if a formulation only changes slightly over time, we can make tweaks, and if it changes drastically, you aren't stuck with an ineffective, unchanging solution for inoculation. Working to give people the chance to produce their own stable vaccines, whether they're in a hospital, a war zone, a suburb, or a city, is incredibly important. But without the ability to shift RNA, our idea would have been incomplete. That's why we spent years iterating and prototyping on our concept, returning to the drawing board again and again until we could answer yes to the question, will this truly help democratize vaccine access? Equity isn't automatic. In order to create a more democratized form of vaccine access to prevent further exponential loss of life to climate change-enhanced diseases, we need to create more open, nuanced, and accessible design. And the Coleopod is a step in that direction.
A very impassioned presentation by the CCS team. Judges, go ahead and turn on your cameras. Amy, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Really interesting RNA evolution, which is definitely a hot topic or frontiers topic. Just to clarify first, so the reason why you went for Coleopod is not really because it has a micro needle-like characteristic or something like that. It's more about the RNA sort of changing, sort of evolving capacity. Is that right?
Yes, so I can take that question. Thank you, Naomi. So basically, the Coleopod was inspired in the coleoid's ability to periodically and at will edit their RNA, and that allows them to basically adapt to changing conditions in their environment, like rising temperatures or changing pH in the ocean. And this was like monumental and instrumental in us developing something that was adaptable and not permanent, and that can be reversible in any case that we need to update for future vaccines and different variants.
Great. So follow-up question. Like, vaccine being able to adapt for new variants and stuff, it's really important. At the same time, you want to rock working version of the vaccine too, right? You don't want to be changing all the time randomly. That dilutes the effective version of the vaccine, right? It's nice to be able to, sort of induce the variation and then select again for better suited one for new strain. But sort of there's a sort of this selection element. So yes, this system can make variations, but have you thought about how to select the sort of a good variations, basically? Does that make sense?
I can speak to that a little bit. I think one thing that we tried to focus on with the kind of RNA editing is that since it is something that can be scalable and reversible, and it's this sort of like consistent applied thing that changes the function slowly over time. We sort of view it as there's a little bit of flexibility there when it comes to a new variation or a new formulation that comes along. That's something that can kind of provide that flexibility there. I don't know if that fully answers your question, but that was sort of, I think, our thinking around that kind of like scalability with the RNA editing over time.
Thank you.
And also the RNA is to make the official, like you said, the strong vaccine. And then in the case that, for example, with COVID, we had different variants. That was the adaptable part of it, where we could actually make sure that the vaccine could evolve with the virus as well.
Lisa, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. That was very interesting, especially the part about how vaccines could be distributed by a variant of what we're currently using as zit patches with the microneedles. And that leads to two questions. One is, first, in this, you've chosen a method of delivery that bypasses larger political action to make vaccines equitable around the world or to make this change. So was there why did you choose this particular method? Because it has implications for further downstream, and that you're not building towards political change. And the second question, which is based on that, is, have you considered the dual use for this? I mean, if you can manufacture a good vaccine this way, you can also presumably manufacture a bad vaccine, and then you can slap it onto people. Have you thought that through?
Yeah, so I can actually jump on that first question. Thank you so much. So when we talked to several people about this, we talked to Dr. Mark Schreim from Harvard's medical school, and he kind of really turned us to the fact that, like, a lot of medical professionals think that this is going to get worse. Like, when it comes to climate change, spread diseases, they think that the ability for the healthcare infrastructure that we currently have to sort of deal with these issues is going to become increasingly strained. And we also spoke with people who are currently trying to do work in democratizing generalized, like, healthcare access, depending on like a variety of different things. So we spoke with Dr. Michael Laufer from Fourth Use Vinegar Collective, and they are the creators of the EpiPencil, which is an open source alternative to an EpiPen. And while, I think ideally everyone would want to kind of shift towards a model where EpiPens are accessible to everyone, I think this is sort of one of those cases where allowing people to democratize their own vaccine access does involve some level of, giving them that autonomy. And it does, I think, personally allow them to, from like a political perspective, build that infrastructure within their own community as sort of a mutual aid network. It gives them the opportunity to distribute that in their own kind of democratized way, in a way that these sort of traditional infrastructures maybe aren't addressing perhaps as effectively, but can exist, of course, alongside them. So I guess that's sort of how I would approach that, or at least the perspective that we took on it. And then
the second question is dual use.
Right. I think that something like that is always a concern when it comes to biodesign related solutions to medical access, for sure. But I do think that is a risk in terms of when it comes to any sort of bio-related design solution. We see that most of the time when we've democratized healthcare access in the past, when we've looked towards these other organizations, people aren't really utilizing them, generally speaking, in a negative way. What we're generally seeing is culturally, people are being prevented access from things from these larger institutions. So while someone might be able to do some form of bioterror if it's in the wrong hands or something to that effect, there is also these massively limiting things from the instance of like vaccine distribution, like when it comes to copyright access, that's preventing millions of people from receiving any vaccines at all. And so we kind of look at those institutional angles as sort of the thing that is being preventative, the thing that is that real stoppage for that type of thing. I don't know if that answers your question, or if anyone else wants to speak to that.
We're out of time, so we're going to move on. Thank you, students. Thank you, Lisa, for your question. We're going to move on to New Design High School. Let's roll it.
Hi, we're Silk Sharks.
Our team consists of all graduating seniors from New Design High School, located in the Lower East Side, New York City. I am Michelle Sosa, and next year I will be attending City College of New York Macaulay Honors with a biology major.
I am Janita Fletcher. I will be going to Binghamton University, and I'm going an undecided.
I'm Mutualism Chowdhury, and I will be attending Stony Brook University as a biology major in the EOP program.
About silk sharks. So this is a story about it all began. In 2021, educators from the Factory Farming Awareness Coalition, also known as FFAC, enlightened our AP Environmental class on the reality of agriculture farms in America. The FFAC presented the alternative perspective on farming and its detrimental impacts on the earth and local communities. While agriculture farms in America not only emit 15% of greenhouse gas emissions, the natural toxins released from its farm animals, like feces, inevitably infect their way into local communities' water and airway systems. Unable to remove these farms or move away from them, specific communities have been forced to live with contaminated water.
In order to combat this problem, we believe the use of silk, which would come from donations, can help this issue when strategically designed to mimic shark gills. Sharks are known to capture large portions of water, which later escape through their gills. Not only will our design, silk sharks, capture the toxins from the water, but it will ensure the passing water is clean for the communities. With the creation of silk sharks, we hope to develop a new clean system for communities who may not get the care they deserve. Rural homes have been given the short end of the stick, but are deserving of at least clean water. The implementation of silk sharks means giving those communities a better chance at a longer and healthier life. Contaminated water as a result of animal feces can lead to a number of health issues from intake, which ultimately harms more and more of the community.
Our material choices. Why did we choose silk? At our high school, we produce a sustainable fashion show every year. Looks created from only recycled material fabrics and paper. We do this to bring awareness to how much waste goes into the fashion industry. And here we have 3 images of our most recent fashion show that we had. All these looks were created from paper or recycled fabrics that were going to be tossed away. With fashion being the #2 producer of water pollution, silk came into mind. Because of its thin net-like characteristics, it would be perfect to help combat our issue. With more research, we hope to find alternative fabrics that we may be able to use for filtering, because of how much fabrics can do. Fabric with natural indigo dye have properties of healing wounds when the dye seeps into the skin, which is also used in military combat.
Our question, what do we specifically want to solve? How might we prevent the pollution of water and airs in towns, neighboring animal farms to decrease the number of health issues in the community?
Here we have one of the early stages of our product. This was the first drawing and representation we did when we came up with the idea for silk sharks. Here we have the pipes and our small filtering systems that would go through. And here is the first prototype we created for silk sharks. I'll play you guys the video. Go!
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm a senior at New Design High School.
I'm Mutualism, and I'm also a senior at New Design High School.
So far, we have worked with the question, how might we prevent the pollution of water and air in towns' neighboring animal farms in order to decrease the number of health issues in the community? Our solution to this issue is called silk sharks.
Okay. To prevent the number of health issues as a result of feces contaminating necessities, the use of silk nets will not only filter unwanted toxins, but collect them for extraction. As species enter a stream, silk strategically designed in the format of shark gills will be placed near the entrance of major pipes. Sharks are known to collect an abundance of water in their mouths to increase the possibility of getting food, and the excess is removed through their gills. This reusable product can be removed and restored at any given moment. And here we have a physical representation of what we are trying to build. Do you want to explain it?
This is the beginning of the animal farm where feces have been excreted into the neighboring waters. The water will go into the sewer and inevitably go into neighboring communities and affect their water. But with our silk nets, it will filter out any toxins and produce clean water.
After we made our first prototype, we had our class give us constructive criticism on what we can do better. And with that, we made our final prototype. Here is our current prototype. We have 3 different images, close-ups, and we wanted to create this prototype with physical water to represent the actual filtering system. We wanted to include something that would mimic actual shark gills, since in our first prototype, we had just the name and no really image that would describe the sharks. So we created a funnel-like system that would go inside the sewer with straps of the fabric to mimic the gills. Here we have a small clip of water going inside.
These are the next steps we need to take in order to prove our product, Silk Sharks. So first, we need to begin communicating with farmers, get in touch with them and the people who know their farms truly. Next, we need to find stable source of production for silk. While we did say that our silk would come from donations, we would like to have a backup plan in the scenario that we are unable to get a reasonable amount from the donations. Next, we need to investigate sewers and pipes near animal farms and research alternative fabrics and their different properties so we don't just rely on silk. That is the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, students, for your presentation. Judges, if you have questions, please go ahead and turn on your videos. Amy, start us off.
Thank you, guys. It was a great presentation. I apologize if I missed this, but I just wanted to check or ask about the choice of silk specifically, and whether you'd found particular properties for that material, and why you chose it as a first sort of filter material.
Well, in the presentation, I mentioned how our school does like a fashion program. So I personally, out of our group, have been taking fashion since I was freshman. And over the course of the 4 years, we have gone through how much fabric has gone to waste. And with my teacher, we always have talked about how there's local communities or local companies that always offer us fabric. And we go through these, we always have these classes where we learn different types of things that materials can do, such as indigo being able to help clean the skin. So when we thought of the filtering system, my first thought was silk because of its, because of its net-like characteristics. So like, I don't know if you guys can see, but here we have some actual silk, and you guys can just like tell. So that's also why we mentioned how we want to learn more about fabrics, and getting in touch with other like local farmers, because we don't want to just rely on the silk. Since silk is also can be hard to get, since it's unless you don't do it safely, it can become a very like problematic issue.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Naomi, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. It's such an important problem to solve, isn't it? And I like the fact that you are combining the two sort of solutions together. So the gill, the shark bit comes, I guess, from the gill-like design. I think you mentioned it. I'm sorry if I missed it, but what are the specific gill mimicking sort of design that you guys are suggesting to, I guess, enhance the filtering capacity?
So while I was taking this class, we were always told to mimic an animal or to attempt to mimic an animal. And this was a small fact that I had in the back of my mind that I never really thought was relevant until I began thinking about an AP environmental class I had taken last year, where the FFAC had came into our class and spoke about this issue of the manure from farm animals just infecting local communities. So I had known that shark gills, the ways that sharks are, I guess, created, they absorb a large amount of water, and the excess water is released through their gills. So I had in my mind connected that to a form of filtering system. So, and to me, this was a way that I could mimic a filtering system to mimic the way a shark forms.
Is there anything special about how the shark gill is, the way it aligns the filtering material or something like that, that you guys try to mimic? Or is it more like an image, that symbol of a gill that you wanted to sort of convey your concept?
I would say it's a little bit of both. So the way that shark gills are made, sorry, is that there's like several lines that increase. So to me, this was a very good way for a filtering system, as a way that the water will enter one way and continue to filter through each of the lines, ensuring the purified water.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question. How would you actually implement this? Where would it fit on? Where would these filters and nets fit on a farm?
Well, that's a really important question. That's why we want to get in touch with people like farmers and local communities. Us being in like a big city like New York City, we don't really think about these kind of things since it just comes to us. So we want to get in touch with companies like these and like maybe give out surveys to people to find out what their needs are and how like things like these are affecting them. So in the distant future, we wouldn't have to worry about these kind of problems because this kind of pollution is a very important thing.
I'll ask another question. In terms of cost, so silk is a high value material, has been historically. Why this as a material rather than something less expensive or even derived from a waste product?
Well, personally, when I thought about this, I thought about the different companies that my school personally has in touch with, companies such as like Area NYC or other places that normally donate fabric to us that we use for our own classes. And we always take into fact that fabric is a very like delicate material. So cost-wise, we would always want to not use our own money to buy the fabric, and this is also why we want to rely on other fabrics and learn what other fabrics maybe can be used to do this. Because I know how important, like how hard it is to get silk from like silkworms or like spider webs or stuff like that. But we also take into fact that donations do exist, and we can partner with companies who use waste silk, or like who find and like just would toss away the silk rather than using it.
Great. Well, thank you, team. We're going to move on to our last team of this part of the morning of this panel's team, and that is California College of the Arts. Let's roll it.
The bond between plants and humans traces back to the nascent days of Homo sapiens. We domesticated plants, entering a new civilizational era called the Neolithic. Plants were used for food, bartering, clothing, and in time became an indivisible part of human survival and well-being. In addition to its functional meaning, plants have emotional meaning to us as well. People sent flowers to express love. People decorate homes with tasteful greenery. I argue that plants are significant in ways that are beyond even this, ways that we have ignored in our day-to-day lives. My project looked to capitalize on this hidden connection by bringing plants into close contact with our body. It captures both the emotional and bodily meanings of the plants, while bringing out the cultural aspect that is rarely appreciated. I hope to accentuate the role of plants in our lives and reimagine the relationship between people and nature on a larger scale. In this project, friends and family can exchange plant seeds to grow in each other's wearables to bring out a sense of connection, intimacy, and love, not just for the plants, but for each other. These wearables, which I think of as a form of jewelry, are also a conduit for the wearer's aesthetic and culture, containing the plants of their choice, a choice of place, heritage, and personality. My project is designed to pirate selfie culture. It is designed to be Instagrammable. I envision the pieces as a conversation starter where people are making a statement by putting a piece of nature on themselves. You can wear a beautiful tiara made with greens every single day and snap a photo with it. You can keep logs of the plant's growth like you would with a puppy and compose a montage of all the days you spent caring for it. Maybe, just maybe, by wearing this Instagrammable object to bring plants into the digital world, we can change people's perception of their relationship to the natural world. Plant wearables not only make you look good, it also allows you to experience plants in a whole new way. The plant grazes over your skin as it quivers in the wind. You can feel its moisture, and you can smell the unique scent it releases when you touch it. In our day-to-day lives, we generally appreciate the static beauty of plants when they are sitting in a pot and giving us visual pleasure. With wearables, we're able to know the dynamic charm of plants and build a bodily relationship with them. All designs, whether aesthetic or functional, are created for a human need. In my project, the benefits between my design and its wearer are reciprocal. To grow, plants need moisture, sunlight, the right temperature, nutrients, and a strong foundation for their root system. Our beautiful bodies are mobile warm houses to the equally beautiful plants growing in the jewelry. We give off body warmth to them when wearing them. After taking them off, we place them in a corresponding jewelry box that provides an ideal environment for the plants. The 3D printed jewelry container is designed with internal channels that allow plants to be attached to the surface and provide a small reservoir of nutrient water for the plants to grow. This regime of mutual care brings beauty and pleasure to us. It has been shown to be very beneficial to our physical and mental well-being. Wearing living plants and feeding them through smell, touch, and sight can rejuvenate people. The synergies created are hoped to change our perception of the natural world itself and how we interact with it. In this sense, I consider my work environment-centered design, which embraces plants as one of the many co-living members of our society that sustain us by focusing on the needs, limitations, and preference of both human and plants. Plants that grow in different places can vary wildly from one another. In this vision of a future jewelry shop, customers can pick the local plants to grow in their jewelry to represent who they are and where they come from. They can also share their culture with others by exchanging seeds and plants. I envision my pieces being used to celebrate special occasions such as weddings. The couple exchanging seeds into their wearables during the celebration. They need to take good care of the living jewelry as they do to their commitment to each other. The plants will eventually grow out of the jewelry, at which time they will need to be transported to the healthy soil for further growth. The growing plant will be a living symbolization of the love they have for each other. To that effect, I suggest that wedding bells shall add the following line. Until death do us apart, our plants shall live side by side on our graves. From the caryatids in ancient Greek temples to the sculpture of mythical creatures in Chinese palace roofs, exterior decorations have always been a crucial part of architectural design. I propose that plants grown here, which start as ornaments to people, become ornaments to their cities. The plant pocket I have designed is made so that it can be attached to the balconies, rooftops, and other places and become architectural ornament. I hope it will continue to make a change in how people think about the natural world. Unlike other objects that are wear to tear and inevitably degrading in their functionality, plants, when attended to, can outlive most things we own. Plants constructively contribute to the ecosystem in every growth stage and exhibit their unique beauty in every season. Even when they die, they can provide nutritional value to surrounding soil for the growth of other plants, and for us, humans. In my design, we are mere vessels. The seeds we put in our jewelry will grow into plants. The plants we carry will one day lay their roots on the pockets designed to be hanging gardens. With enough of them, we will have waterfalls of greenery coming from buildings. For we are the visionaries who will paint cities with green for as far as the eye can see. In a future where plants and humans coexist in deeper harmony, we breathe with them, we live with them, and such a grandiose vision starts from people putting seeds in their jewelry.
And we're back with Shi Yu from California College of the Arts. Judges, questions? I'll start with a question. Naomi, you're on deck. Just a quick question. How much time did you spend with a plant on your neck or as jewelry? Like, what is the length of time that you get to keep it on your person?
Oh, so you mean for the whole project, the process? The project actually starts from March, and for the beginning part, I'm trying to experiment of plant grow in different positions, receiving sunlight. For this one, I actually grow it vertically, so it's grow upside down. That's why it's the root is go down then up. And for this one, I'm keeping it for a month, and you can see there are some roots growing out. Yeah, so I'm choosing the plant that can grow fast, so I can have more trials in the meantime for the whole experience. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Naomi, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm really surprised how well your plant seems to be doing, because some of them had a quite big roots when you sort of took it out. And so I guess you said that plant has been with you for a couple of months, so I don't know how long you can keep them usually and how well they do in that special, sort of living condition. With that, I was wondering what, like, some special design considerations about that sort of a holder. You talked about a little bit of water, sort of a physical support to sort of inside, but the overall sort of appearance is very special, right? It's very curvy. There's lots of sort of a protrusions. Can you tell us a little bit more about what design consideration determined the shapes of your jewelry, I guess? Yeah, sort of a plant growing sort of a chamber, basically.
Thank you for the question. So as I'm designing this container, I'm thinking about putting it in next to a plant, so I want it to look more organic and fit the vibe of the plant. That's why it looks has a lot of curve. And here you can see the open is for the when you put the seed for the plant to grow out. That's why I have leave the curve on the upside, and then on the bottom they have a reservoir for storing the water and nutrient for the plant, and also the gap on the top can hold this wear that can be attached to your body. And after you take it off your body, as you can see on the video, there will be a jewelry box that you can put it on to keep it stable. And that's basically it.
Just to follow up, does it leak the liquid when you move a bit, or like there's a reservoir of water, there's an opening, etc.? So if it's and you're wearing it, and then if you're going, running to catch a subway or something, does it leak? Or, I mean, yeah. So are there sort of a jewelry aspect of a sort of a, I don't know, design constraints, I guess, or? Yeah.
As you can see right now, the water is like a little bit. It's not that much, so it won't leak. The plant actually will absorb the water pretty quick, so you probably will have to add water one time during the day. So if you keep the water relatively low, it won't leak.
I'm just trying to see how this is, very different from the early on, sort of in civilization, we always cut the flowers and decorate it ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. And so then we had a bit of a, sort of a container with a bit of water and then put it in. What you are suggesting is you grow plants, right? Yeah. In your jewelry. And so, and you are saying the growing them makes it much sort of a more like a pet, more stronger bond with the plant. Is that what you are saying? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Naomi. Last question, Zoe, please go ahead.
I have so many questions, and I love this project. I think it's a great project. One, I was thinking about the exploration of plants or herbs that have scents that you would wear, that would incorporate and exchange their fragrances with the wearer. But then that also leads me to a question about, have you thought about the different body temperatures of the wearers, and then when it comes off and goes onto the jewelry stand, and that is, say, a cool temperature, and how that may then affect the plant, as in you're changing its environment from being close to you when you can practically care for it, versus putting it on a stand where it then becomes a static, kind of like statically growing. If you can elaborate maybe a bit on that.
Yeah, sure. So I like also you point out the smell of the scent. So right now, as I'm wearing this mint, I can constantly smell its scent. It's so nice. And I do have to consider about the change of the temperature. So right now, my design of the jewelry box is just simply a stand made of clay. So because I want it to be more about the jewelry aspect, about the plant, so I does not leave that part, emphasis on that part. But for further growth of this plant and for this project, I probably will think about adding like a temperature constant setting on that box to keep the plant growth.
Yeah, I mean, and just to quickly add in, with the clay, obviously depending on where that clay is positioned, clay can absorb heat, and so it actually could, depending on where you have it and depending on the plant, could help. So I think that's a really interesting further aspect to explore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe, for your question. Thank you, Shiyu, for your project. This concludes the end of this first session of the morning. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then when we're back, Alex will be emceeing. Thank you all. Let's roll the videos. Thanks.
Oh, hi.
Hi. It's so good to meet you.
It's really good to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Of course.
coming.
Yeah, I really want to be able to help out with this.
Oh, that's really, really great. That's awesome. You're the first, so I'm a little nervous.
Thank you. I'm really honored.
Yeah, me
Thank you.
too.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
like, and I wanted you to be first, so, you know.
It's really touching. I mean, it means a lot to me that you thought that. So thank you.
Yeah, so maybe we should, I mean, maybe we should just get down to business and I'll ask you some questions.
Yeah. And feel free to ask questions.
Oh.
I'm an open book with regards to my poop.
Oh, God, thanks.
You're welcome.
So, like, what do you like to eat? I mean, are you vegan?
Oh, not at all. I eat everything. I mean, I'm a fairly, there's a lot of salads, a lot of oatmeal, a lot of whole grains, a lot of, roasted vegetables. But there's meat. Any meat. Yeah.
Meat, okay.
Fish, yeah.
Meat, okay, yeah. And how's that work out for you? I mean,
the meat, I'm a little sensitive with regards to meat.
Yeah.
I had kind of a big pile of meat last night, and it didn't. There were problems, I mean, sometimes I overload the meat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sometimes,
And
and it just kind of backs up a little bit, and it hurts, and yeah.
What sign are you?
I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, me too.
Oh my God.
That's
so funny.
We might really be compatible. That's
Wow,
amazing.
yeah. Of course, Scorpio poop. So yeah. That makes sense.
Wow, that's so amazing. And are you I don't know, you happy basically, or?
I'm pretty happy. I've got some sadness in my life, but things are going really well right now. So I think I'm happy.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of things I'm missing.
Of course.
And lacking.
And I would really like to be able to.
Oh, that's
make that up.
So amazing. And I I'm interviewing other people, so.
Of course. I know I'm not the only one.
Yeah. So I just have to, I mean, you would have to poop in this, and then.
Right.
Then, but I have to see. I'll have to contact you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course.
And let you know.
And I'd be happy to provide. I mean,
Thank
you. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're sweet. Thanks.
So
thanks.
Oh, yeah. Of course. You'll let me know.
I will
please
definitely let you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Thanks
you.
so
Thank you.
much. Yeah.
Thank
No.
you.
No. Thank you. Yeah. Hi.
Hey. How's it going?
Hi. Really great to meet you. Wow. Hi.
Really excited about this.
Are you? I'm a little nervous, but I'm glad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
So much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Cool. I guess, we should just talk about the donation.
Sure.
And I mean, I have a lot of problems, so I'm hoping that I can find the right person.
Yeah, well, you may have found the right person.
Oh my God. How's your poop?
It's really great.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've really worked at it.
Wow.
It's daily, sometimes twice. It does that really great, spirally thing in the toilet.
Oh my God, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sometimes I just take pictures because, I know I can say that to you because it's just so cute, the little loop.
Oh, like one of those emojis.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I basically poop an emoji.
Oh my God. You might be perfect. I mean, do you feel like you're diverse and everything?
Yeah, well, so I spend an average of, $500-600 a month on gut health products.
Whoa.
My latest investment has been the soil-based probiotic. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's basically just taking a little bit of soil every day.
Oh, so you're eating dirt.
Yeah, I'm eating dirt.
Which
is, really something that people used to do, and we've really lost that as a practice.
Yeah.
So,
wow, you sound really perfect. You could really fill my gaps.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean.
I do. I mean, that's part of why I've invested in having such great poop is I really want to share that with others.
Right. Oh, you are amazing.
Very ferment aware.
Totally. I mean, I have to interview other people, so
Sure,
I'm going to have to
understand.
talk to people,
Yeah.
and then
you have to feel it out.
Yeah, thanks for being so understanding.
Yeah, because there's also like a spirit in the poo that people don't really want to talk about, but it's in there.
It's true, and I need it.
Yeah,
more spirit.
Yeah,
in my poop. Yeah.
Right, spirit, whichever way you're talking.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, thanks.
You just let me know, and
I will.
Yeah, it would really be my pleasure to work with you.
Yeah, mine too. Okay.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye.
We like to define things by what belongs and what doesn't, because change means uncertainty, and uncertainty can be daunting. But stopping change is as impossible as stopping time, and focusing on the impossible is a distraction. What if instead of exclusion, we strove for balance? What if instead of eradication, we focused on utility? What if we embraced our environment the way it is, and we kept embracing it as it continued to change? And what if, when we stepped in to help, we did it not to destroy what doesn't belong, but to put what's out of balance to good use? We need to make invasive species material sourcing as commonplace as organic, post-consumer recycled, grass-fed, free range, biodegradable, free trade, VOC, and hormone-free. It needs to be policy. But first, it needs to be designed. In our region, the Great Lakes region, the introduction and proliferation of zebra and quagga mussels have overwhelmed native species, their habitat, and our infrastructure. Efforts to remove them have been ineffective, and in some instances, even more harmful to the environment. As color and material designers, we wondered, what might happen if we treat them not as a biological threat, but as an overabundant material? We asked, what are they made of, and what can we make from them? Mussel shells are 95% calcium carbonate. Take them up to 1,000 degrees Celsius, and you get calcium oxide. Calcium oxide, lime, sodium oxide, soda, and silicon dioxide, silica, make glass. As bioaccumulators, zebra mussels filter the water. They filter out pollutants and plankton, minerals and trace metals, some of which give glass its color. A glass derived from zebra and quagga mussels will express the color of their ecosystem. Invasion, to region, to chemistry, to color, to identity, to belonging. We collected the first batch of mussels from Lake St. Clair, where zebra and quagga mussels were first introduced in the 1980s. Hitching a ride on ballast tanks of cargo ships from Russia and Ukraine. We boiled them, cleaned them, ground them up, and sifted them into a coarse powder. We worked out the chemistry, the molar calculations for mass and batch recipes. We designed the kiln program to pause on the way up to control the release of CO2 and H2O as sodium bicarbonate transforms into sodium carbonate, which transforms into soda, and as calcium carbonate transforms into lime. And as we paused on the way down and modulated the rate of cooling to swiftly transition through the vitrification range and to slowly drift through the anneal. It turns out the color of Lake Michigan glass is the color of icebergs and tropical atolls, the color of water. We're told it's a copper blue from the high copper content of Lake Michigan. It's beautiful, and we can't wait to see the color of Lake Superior or Lake Ontario. We can't wait to see each lake, comparing glass from the beach to the lake bottom, taking a biochromatic tour of the water column. We can't wait to rediscover our region through the brilliant blues or greens, or even yellows or rose pinks of what we keep calling an invasive species. And we can't wait to see what we can make out of zebra glass.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of Biodesign Challenge. This is our last panel for the day, for the summit, actually. We are going to kick off the first video with Pratt Institute. Roll it.
Hi, we're Oksana and Janine, and we're excited to share Revivre with you today. Revivre is a versatile sheet material that diverts waste byproducts from landfills, repurposes and revives the waste, and returns it to the originating industry as a new surface and decor material. This all began by looking at the waste generated in our home city of New York. 21% of our landfills is food waste. That's 4.4 million tons annually. And 6% of our landfills are composed of textile waste. We saw an opportunity to capture waste in both the restaurant and textile industries and redirect those products toward new material solutions that are visually compelling while also being a durable and useful material for a diverse array of surface applications. Each neighborhood, no matter the city or suburb, has restaurants that are generating organic waste material from food and beverage preparation. In New York, this amounts to enough waste to fill over 100 subway cars per day. During our explorations, we were particularly drawn to citrus peels, coffee grounds, plantain peels, and even flower petals. Each of these materials imbue unique visual aesthetics and surface textures. The diversion of this food waste into a second life application avoids the release of CO2 if this waste is burned. Likewise, if it is simply dumped into a landfill, its decomposition will most likely generate more methane gas, which is 25 times more effective at trapping heat than CO2. The second waste stream we were interested to use as a structural binding material was animal hair, which can be collected from industrial processing environments. This includes legitimate raw material like sheep shearing, where we found large amounts of wool are simply discarded due to quality limitations. And the rise of petroleum-based synthetic fibers only exacerbated the scale of this waste stream, which devastated the wool market. Our flexible process can integrate a broad array of food waste and animal fibers to create a panoply of surfaces, finishes, and textures. We see an opportunity working within New York's diverse fiber shed of plant and animal fibers. The development of the material began with a process of familiarization with creating a simple bioplastic, which then integrated different waste streams into new forms. It all begins with waste. For food waste, we were looking primarily at fruits or vegetables with a peel: dragon fruit, mango, banana, plantain, and citrus. We even experimented with rose and coffee, which lent some wonderful scents, textures, and patterns. In terms of fiber, we explored sheep wool, rabbit hair, and dog hair, and we'd like to experiment next with llama and alpaca fleece. The food and fiber materials are processed through various cleaning, drying, and sizing operations, and are then combined with the final component, a flexible base made from sodium alginate, water, coconut oil, and vegetable glycerin. And in regards to sodium alginate, Revivre sees an opportunity to use non-food grade algae derived from invasive brown seaweed crowding the shores. The final material is created through a low-energy cold process. The waste and base ingredients come together to create a strong, flexible, heat-tolerant, and water-resistant material that's easy to clean. Additional material properties are informed by the food and fiber waste selections and densities, which result in versatile textures, finishes, color, and opacity. We want to revive the waste and find new uses for daily discarded materials. Our versatile sheet material begins with food waste and fiber cast-offs and can be applied in myriad applications. Initial studies explored wall coverings, light shades, and other durable surface applications. The result is a repurposing of raw materials that were headed to the landfill or incinerator and creating a visually arresting and environmentally appealing decor material. Let's take a look at how a Revivre system's process and materials could become an intrinsic pillar of a dynamic identity for a new neighborhood cafe. The restaurant interior begins simply: white walls, clean wood, minimal decor, a common baseline for many restaurants these days. But something unique is just beginning to bloom. A dynamic decor that accumulates and changes in phase with the restaurant service. As the restaurant kitchen prepares for weekend brunch service, potential materials accumulate. Coffee grounds, eggshells, bananas, citrus rinds, mango peels. Working with Revivre, these elements are transformed. Wall tiles slowly build, tables are recovered, light shades are added, and accent pieces are formed. Each piece is added or rotated in as it is generated. The material becomes well worn, showing a patina, and eventually the materials are removed and composted. closing the circle and starting the process anew. The changing, rotating decor expresses the menu's seasonality and also offers us a gentle reminder that things don't need to last forever to have value. The restaurant has a beautiful, living, growing, and dynamic identity that marks time and expresses a multi-dimensional relationship to its process and ingredients. A story of their food, their people, and a connection to our planet. Thanks so much for your time and the opportunity to share more about Revivre.
Beautiful video, students. Thank you. Judges, if you have a question, please join us. Turn your video for Oksana and Janine. Elena, kick us off.
Hi, I just want to say that I was really impressed with your design materials and products, and I think they are very commercially viable and could be used in a lot of contexts just outside of restaurants. I could see them in biotech incubators, companies, all different types of institutions. And my question to you is, how long is the lifespan of your material? I know that you want them to be in the circular economy and you want it to naturally decompose, but I'd like to ask you if you thought about a way of fixing your material so that it would last long term, because maybe if someone's investing in this for, in a corporate office situation, maybe they would want it to last longer, or a lampshade. So my question is, what's the lifespan of your material? And have you thought about other viable places where you could sell and market your product to?
Hi, thank you for your question. We didn't have time to test run the lifespan because that's a spring semester project. So right now they in a house and they're doing fine, all of my tiles. I would love to test it. Our next goal may be make real like a prototype that the restaurant collaborate and make it see for how long it will last. But definitely, this is just an example, was the restaurant, because restaurant produce waste. And I thought it would be a really nice collaboration with that. But yes, this is not limited only to restaurant. Absolutely, it could be brought to another industry, building, house, even your own house, if you would like a tiles in your own kitchen. So yeah, it has a lot of potentials.
I just wonder if maybe you thought about sealing it with shellac or any sort of other material to make it durable for many years.
Yeah, I did have a test run with the different waterproof and sealers, and they're doing fine so far. So I guess the time will tell.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, I think I saw you pop up next.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Revivre team, for your wonderful presentation. I especially admired the material studies that you did. You got a lot of diverse results from those studies, and I think it makes a lot of sense to repurpose waste into high-value products like the lamps, especially where you're replacing maybe something that's glass with something that's a bioplastic. It also points to some of the opportunities around other kinds of waste, like flowers you mentioned, for example, which I know they're edible flowers, but you've included other kinds of waste as well, which is pretty exciting. The data and information you provided was really interesting as well, and insightful in terms of the quantity of waste that's produced in New York City, which is where I live. I was curious about the kind of resources that one would have to gather around a project like this for it to be successful. I'm wondering if you speculated wildly about, for example, the human resources that are needed, the labor that's needed to collect this waste and sort the textiles, get it to a place to turn it into a material, and then supply that material to somebody who's going to turn it into products and then get that to market. If you had some thoughts on some of maybe the challenges that are presented by a project like this. Thanks.
I'll take this one, Oksana, and you can add to it. So thank you so much for your question and your compliments. I think what's exciting about this is, as Oksana mentioned, we did this in just one semester. We were able to realize a functioning prototype. So scalability-wise, it already works at a very basic level, where you were able to take materials that we were just using in our everyday lives, whether the coffee from our breakfast or, the orange peels that we were eating each day, and take those like very simple materials and transform them into something. I would say like we worked very hard, but the effort was probably somewhat minimal after you perfect the recipe and get things down. So to take this to market and to work with the restaurants, I think it has an amazing scalability. The one that can function at a very small level that works just within the kind of containment of that small restaurant. And we could also work with them to scale it up. And so the way that we see Revivre is more of like a service operated sort of business, where we would work directly with this business or with this restaurant to guide them through the process of transforming that waste into something that could be usable for the restaurant.
Thank you. Andrew, I think you were third.
Yeah, I think I'll echo the other judges in terms of compliments, in terms of how you've approached the problem and kind of the creative solutions that you've come with. I guess maybe to play devil's advocate a little bit, because I saw that the end of life solution for this product would be somewhat the same as if you were to just compost the food waste itself. So looking outside of the pure like ecological impact of adding kind of extra processing and creating an extra product, have you looked into a comparison between like the valorization or the economic value that you're creating with this side stream versus the economic value of simply just composting it or contributing to composting infrastructure? I guess I haven't lived in the US for quite a while, so I don't know what New York's composting infrastructure looks like.
That's a great question, and I really appreciate these kind of counter looks at things. So New York has great strides in the compost program. I know I live really close to Tompkins Square Park, and every Sunday I can go down to the farmer's market and drop off my compost bin. They have the same for clothing as well. So they're recycling clothing and turning it into other uses, whether that's sorting it out to kind of reuse it as a different type of clothing or shredding it in order to form insulation materials. So I think that there's in New York right now a lot of ingenuity around how to repurpose the materials. And as far as like economic value wise, the way we were seeing it is we're presenting alternatives to plastics and other things that might have a harsher effect on the environment. So if we're able to ease our way into these bioplastics, yes, the outcome is similar, but that's a win in our case, that our material could decompose at a similar rate as the original material, rather than it being a plastic that would just sit in the landfill forever. But certainly some more investigation, and I appreciate the questions that you raised. And I think that would be certainly added to our next step.
Thank you. David, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting and very nice video. I have really, I guess, a sort of a technical question, which was getting an idea of how much waste was involved, say, per square yard of material that to get a sense of how much food waste you're actually using in your product, just to get a sense of how it would scale and how much of an impact it would have on waste recycling. So that was one question. And the other question was, I wasn't really quite sure what role the food waste played in the product itself. Was it providing the color, or were there other things that it was providing? Thanks.
Hi, I'll take it, Janine here. So the quantity was, I will give you example, maybe there's one of my tiles, for example, this one, right? So this is made from orange peel for the pink, for yellow, it's lemon peel. Collecting maybe 2 lemons, 1 orange, maybe 2 mangoes to make maybe like 5 sheets and 10 grams of wool. So to make a tile, it would probably like half an orange and maybe 2 grams of wool, maybe 100 milliliters of water. So when you make it on a bigger scale, you can spread the sheets as you wish. The thickness, you can control it. You can make it really thick for last longer. You can make it really thin, make it as a stained glass type of thing for different type of decors. different foods provide a different bonding structure. So for if I would try to show you, I wish that would be in person so you can actually feel it. Different food provide different textures. So for coffee grounds, it's kind of like little rocks inside. So when you touch it, it's a little rough, but it's also interesting if you combine it in a different decor. So the food provides the texture, not so much color, because all food turns brown after you dehydrate them. So that's why I added some coloring to make it more vibrant. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, we're running a little late. Next time, hopefully. Okay, thank you so much, students. We are going to move on to the next presentation slot, and that project is going to be Parsons School of Design. Thank you.
Hi, we are Ilana and Leah, and we are recent college graduates from the New School with degrees in interdisciplinary science.
SCOBY, being a regenerative living system, has garnered the attention of biodesigners interested in sustainable packaging, textiles, and nutritional resources. These projects focus on SCOBY as a generative producer of materials and food. If we looked deeper, we might appreciate SCOBY not only as a material, but as a productive living community spanning multiple domains. We aim to use SCOBY as a living ecosystem that senses its environment and makes visible chemical changes that are often invisible to the human eye. SCOBY stands for Symbiotic Culture of Bacteria and Yeast. Symbiosis meaning not solely beneficial, but interdependent, focused more on balance than benefit. A SCOBY acts as a microcosm, a model to teach us about our own relationships and ecosystems, a model that transcends individualism and reflects the interconnections necessary for our survival.
Like a SCOBY, we are a microcosm. We emerge into the world bathed in microbes, relying from inception to decomposition on intimacies. As symbiotic assemblages ourselves, we are constantly exchanging chemicals, genomes, proteins, and waste products with those living things on and around us. In the Anthropocene, humans are leaching synthetic chemicals and pollutants into our environments at a rate that cannot be mitigated by existing ecosystem dynamics, resulting in reduced air and water quality, habitat loss, and shifting biodiversity. These changes impact food security, zoonoses, chronic disease, and global economies. The binary perspective that the empirical method tends to perpetuate may provide us with good enough medications and band-aid policies to deal with immediate problems facing our current society, but it does not arm us to deal with the messiness underlying such symptoms.
Given that the pushes and pulls we are witnessing require experimentation in complex environments, we're proposing to use SCOBY as a model for in situ data gathering that speaks to unique community factors. We're calling this model the Symbio Sensor, as symbiotic relationships within the SCOBY are critical to its biosensing functionality. Biological experimentation often relies on model organisms like the fruit fly, mouse, nematode, yeast, or E. coli, which excellently serve our understanding of parts of and units within systems. Yet we tend to isolate and exploit these organisms by removing them from their environment, sterilizing the system, and simplifying the experiment through reduction and control. The SCOBY lends an opportunity to expand our scope beyond the artificial lab environment. The Symbio Sensor is different from traditional model organisms because it prioritizes multi-species interaction.
The Symbio Sensor is a collaborative effort between humans and SCOBYs. We were inspired by our work with microbiological experimentation that exploits the natural processes of quorum sensing as a form of collective communication among microbes as they respond to environmental stimuli, reacting with the production of pigment and light, things that are visible to the human eye. We are working with an interwoven ecosystem made possible by symbiosis. Yeast offer invertase enzymes, allowing bacteria to more efficiently consume sucrose, while bacteria offer protection in the cellulose biofilm. Both offer ethanol and acid, maintaining security of the community.
Enamored with microbial dialogue, we wondered if there was a way we humans could meaningfully tether ourselves within such a community for effective multi-species communication. Through our feeding and maintenance of the community, we enter a relationship with the Symbio Sensor at the organismal level. We enter a physical network within the SCOBY at the microscopic level through the inclusion of a human gene, enabling the Symbio Sensor to biologically sense and report changes in its environment, thus initiating our own intimacy with the SCOBY. While the Symbio Sensor can be programmed to identify a variety of pollutants, our initial research targets estrogenic compounds that act as communication signals, growth factors, and developmental triggers because they are ubiquitous, familiar, and culturally relevant.
Estrogenic compounds exist in animals, are synthesized by plants, and can be byproducts of industrial processes. Their concentration can fluctuate and have impacts on development, fertility, and overall ecosystem health, so it is important for communities to monitor these levels as a first step in shaping policies and practices around their release in our surrounding environments. The SCOBY, as a visceral living system, reflects our ecosystem connections on the micro and macro scale, and provides those with little scientific background the tools to make social change. The Symbio Sensor serves as an asset in the movement to influence responsible actions by industry and business to reduce use of plasticizers that act as estrogen disruptors.
Community building is critical for the Symbio Sensor and sets it apart from existing scientific approaches. For this reason, we want to ensure that the Symbio Sensor is not siloed in a private laboratory. Instead, we propose a citizen science lab to build community and foster continued engagement. We have created a digital walkthrough which can be found at symbiosensor.cargo.site.
The lab encourages participants to bring in products that they can test for estrogenic compounds. Samples are tested with the Symbio Sensor and put on display next to their source. This encourages our audience to think critically about the corporations and products responsible for estrogenic compounds entering our environments and our bodies, and empowers them with the scientific knowledge to call for more ethical and just systems. Tests are uploaded to an online sample tracker, allowing participants to see how their sample changes over time. The ability to test and compare products encourages a discussion about equity, access, and environmental justice.
The Symbio Sensor is centered in the lab space at the same height or taller than most humans, contrasting how microbes are typically interacted with in a lab. They're able to touch the scobies, see them under the microscope, and stand beneath them, engaging with the organisms at different scales through multiple senses. The simple design of the space and low-maintenance nature of the SCOBY allows the lab to function as a pop-up which can be brought to many cities or hosted in existing schools, community laboratories, or maker spaces. We intend to build a dynamic physical and digital community around the Symbio Sensor through social media and by hosting events that bring together diverse perspectives. Through the inspiring web of interactions that SCOBY naturally encourages and nurtures, the Symbio Sensor enables us to engage with science as a community of interconnected organisms.
To create the Symbio Sensor, the yeast in the SCOBY is humanized to carry a human DNA sequence that is responsive to estrogen and is typically found in the human genome. In the presence of estrogenic compounds, this DNA sequence will cause the SCOBY to release a colorimetric byproduct. In this way, the engineered yeast in the SCOBY communicates an environmental change through a color change.
The yeast and the Symbio Sensor are reflections of our bodies. As Mary Magic, an artist exploring hormone biopolitics, states, what binds to their receptors also binds to ours. The yeast is symbolic of human bodies and encourages us to think about humans in relation to other organisms in the same way that the yeast and bacteria are understood in relation to one another. Mary Magic utilizes a color reaction that requires killing the engineered yeast to see the color. This goes against our philosophical approach of using a living system, so we've searched for alternative genetic modifications.
MIT's Imperial College London has conducted a similar experiment using the HER gene in combination with a GFP reporter activated by an estrogenic compound in the environment. They use the yeast toolkit system, YTK, to design modular expression cassettes which are being cloned into pre-assembled backbone plasmids in S. cerevisiae. Their system produces GFP in the presence of estrogenic compounds. MIT's research proves the possibility of genetically modifying the SCOBY to communicate changes in its environment. However, similar to other SCOBY-centric proposals, this study focuses on the bacterial cellulose as the object through which communication can be visualized. We intend to expand on this research by shifting focus to the entire dynamic system.
We intend to expand on this research by shifting focus to the entire dynamic system. YTK should allow us flexibility to combine HER with different reporters, allowing for various color-changing symbiosensing elements. We may be able to expand on the synthetic SCOBY community by adding other yeast and bacteria strains back into the system, which might secrete different colors over time or in response to certain products. Bacteria is more commonly found in the cellulose layer, while yeast tends to be found in higher concentrations in the liquid. So if we were to transform the bacteria and yeast to secrete different colors in the presence of estrogen, we might be able to tell where the estrogenic compounds are accumulating. Perhaps we could even incorporate bacteria that break down estrogen and watch the community's color change in response to a new productive member.
Being in collaborative dialogue with the whole SCOBY, rather than simply extracting, encourages deeper consideration of the systems that make the SCOBY an exciting biodesign resource. We are able to build sustainable networks and shift focus to the rights of the planet, rather than the planet's ability to provide. The Symbio Sensor engages people in accessible community-based research by reframing how we experiment, model, and communicate science. Biodesign offers us an opportunity to rethink the models we build our perception of reality from, through transdisciplinary and often trans-species collaboration. The Symbio Sensor offers a way forward into a more ethical, dynamic, and symbiotic future for an interconnected planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana and Leah. Welcome. Beth, please go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I love this project. I think it's really delightful and fun and interesting in so many ways. And I want to offer up GenSpace as a place if you all want to come and test it, come hang. What I wanted to ask is just a little bit more on the scientific context of the work. Can you elaborate a little bit more on like what the current methods are for testing estrogenic compounds in water or other samples? And like, why is your product needed to resolve that gap? Is that okay? Yeah. Just generally, like, why would a community-based research model be an important tactic for answering this question?
Students, I just want to make sure you can unmute yourself. Okay.
So we were looking at the YES assay as an existing biosensor using yeast to detect estrogen in water samples. We wanted to expand it to a community-based laboratory because the color change that's made possible by the YES assay allows people to visually engage with really complex information. So we thought that that's great in a private laboratory for all of the research that it allows people to engage with. But how much can non-scientists actually engage with that was kind of the question we were working with. So that's why we were expanding it to using the SCOBY system itself, because of the natural properties of the SCOBY, the way that it ferments itself, or the liquid that it's in over time, that makes it resistant to contamination. So we thought that was a really great way to allow the SCOBY to be used for citizen science, which kind of catalyzed our own thinking of like all of the different ways that we could use the SCOBY, and how a Symbio sensor might be much more useful than a simple biosensor.
Thank you. Judges, any other questions for Parsons? Dave, please. You're muted.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Thanks. Yeah, very interesting. I guess part of my question was just answered by your answer, which was to why the choice of a SCOBY and not a simple bioassay. But you've woven into this concept of citizen science and community into this, and seems like that's a really important part of this project. That it's not just the detection of a pollutant necessarily, but there's more there in terms of participation of the community and sort of taking care of themselves. I don't know. Could you just talk a little bit more about that? I thought that was an interesting element of your work.
Yeah, so we really wanted to find, and I appreciate you catching on to that. We really wanted to make sure that was clear in our proposal. We wanted to find a way to engage people in this discussion, because estrogenic compounds and typically chemicals that can be toxic to the environment do have all kinds of effects on people. And it's not just a conversation that should be had in private laboratories and should be had in research spaces. It's something that we wanted people to really be able to see for themselves and engage with and have all of these different ways of accessing that conversation. So that's why we wanted to bring it to the community space. We also, we've learned a lot. This is a semester-long project, and we've learned a lot in that time, but it's important to recognize that we're not experts on the topic yet. And there are experts on the topic who have been working in this field for a long time. So also having an event space and a community lab, we can partner with spaces like GenSpace, for example, and people who have been working in this area who are experts in their own fields, and we can serve as a way to connect them with the community that we're building. So we can have people talking about their own research in estrogen, like Mary Magic talking about estrogenic compounds and the work that they've been doing. We can connect them with the community through the lab space and through this kind of pop-up idea that can allow people to have greater access to experts and to the research and to kind of all of these facets that it's really important we have different levels of engagement within.
Yeah, if I could just very quickly just say that one of the challenges would be going forward is how would people, the community, react to a result? So, and how would they have confidence in that result? And then what would their action be if they got a positive result from a product? So I'm not expecting you to ask a question or answer a question there, but it was an interesting element moving forward is to think about what people would do with that information they have.
Yeah, and I think that's partially why it's really important for us to include other experts in the field in the space so that they could help people kind of deal with those results and interpret them. Because, I mean, me and Leah just graduated. We don't really feel qualified to make any judgments from the results. That's why we wanted to include other people in the space as well.
Thank you. Andrew, if you can ask your question very quickly, we're a little short on time, but I want to make sure you can ask, so go for it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll skip the compliments and go straight to the question. In terms of, it seems like a very binary system, like whether like you have an estrogenic compound or not present. Is there a way to like tune or scale it to coincide with levels of acceptability? Because most toxins are, acceptable up to a certain limit versus not. And it sounds like either you would have it or you wouldn't based on how you described it so far.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And with this project, we're really looking at the effects of estrogenic compounds or whatever chemical we're kind of tuning the Symbio Sensor towards. We're looking at the effects on gene expression more so than the specific dosage. So that kind of using this system, we're actually able to engage with that question in a way that some other mechanisms would not. So we can look at the difference that a low dosage or a high dosage might have on gene expression, because that will change potentially the color that you're seeing. So we don't quite know the range of accuracy yet. That would be our next step to make sure that we understand what that range is using known samples that we can kind of test against and see what the color change is doing in response to that. And then we'll have controls in the lab space so people can see this is what color, like this much estrogen is producing in the sample. This is the color that this much is producing. And we'll use comparative analysis to kind of get at that question, but the range of accuracy we'll need to continue to test.
Thank you so much. We are out of time. We have to move to the next presentation, but thank you so much for your thoughtful answers. Awesome project. The next team we are going to hear from is Universidad del Desarrollo.
El 70% de la superficie del planeta es agua, pero solo el 0,62% es apta para el consumo humano, donde este pequeño porcentaje es contaminado por diferentes industrias a través de los años. Dentro de las principales industrias que contaminan las aguas en Chile se encuentra la industria minera encabezando la lista, liderando la producción de cobre, representando un 28,5% de la producción mundial. Los residuos de sus procesos industriales son principalmente metales pesados, que contaminan las aguas subterráneas y superficiales al entrar en contacto con el suelo. Los metales pesados en bajas concentraciones resultan muy tóxicos y nocivos para la salud humana, los animales y la naturaleza. Esta es una realidad que afecta a la población de la macrorregión del norte de Chile, que abarca 6 regiones. ¿Y a qué se podría deber al final la contaminación que hay en las napas subterráneas?
Claramente por las emisiones de las empresas.
¿Y qué empresas como mayormente hay acá alrededor de Quintero?
De distintos caracteres como químicos, de refinería, termoeléctrica, entre otras, pero son un cordón industrial de aproximadamente 16 empresas.
¿Qué podríais decir de experiencia tuya sobre el agua que la gente se ve o que se usa para lavar los platos?
Claro, o sea, como les decía, el agua que se consume acá en Quintero no es de acá de Quintero. Y claramente el sabor del agua no es muy bueno. Entonces generalmente la gente prefiere comprar agua de bidón y cosas así. Por lo menos en mi casa se hace de esa forma.
El agua de la llave, ¿como para qué la usáis mayormente? Sí.
Claro, no para beber. Quizás para calentar en el hervidor puede ser, o para que el agua pase por temperatura, pero para beberla no.
Ya, cuando tú para lavar los platos, para cocinar, ¿usáis esa agua?
Sí.
Ya, perfecto. ¿Y en algún minuto se consumía la misma agua que de acá de Quintero o siempre se ha traído de otras partes?
No, creo que siempre se ha traído de otras partes. Claro, solamente como les decía, en zonas rurales se ve porque están con pozos y cosas así.
Ya, perfecto.
En Chile, aunque la presencia de metales pesados en las aguas dulces de estas regiones sea también por causas naturales, como la presencia de altas concentraciones de metales en los suelos, son los relaves mineros la principal fuente de contaminación de estos. Para su mala suerte, de los 740 relaves que se tienen registro en el país, 564 se encuentran distribuidos a lo largo del Norte Grande y Norte Chico. Pero no es solo la contaminación del agua lo que les preocupa, sino también la falta de ella. La mayor parte de la población rural se abastece de este recurso por medio de camiones aljibes, fuente que no certifica ni la continuidad ni calidad. Pero no todo es negro. Un grupo de estudiantes llamado CACO está desarrollando un purificador de aguas contaminadas por metales pesados, utilizando cáscaras de huevo y conchas marinas, donde éstas se conforman mayormente por carbonato de calcio. El carbonato de calcio atrae las partículas de metales pesados y las adhiere a su superficie, quedando así contenidas en él y no en el agua, y a este proceso le llamamos absorción. El carbonato de calcio que utilizan lo rescatan de las cáscaras de huevo y conchas marinas que son desechadas por las industrias y arrojadas al mar. Para la comprobación de la hipótesis, se extrajeron muestras de agua de distintas zonas de la región de Valparaíso, y los resultados de los análisis realizados dieron que los parámetros de cobre y plomo estaban alterados, donde la norma en Chile permite tener 1 miligramo por litro de cobre y estas aguas tenían 2.21 miligramos por litro, y de plomo se permite tener 0.05 miligramos por litro y estas aguas tenían 0.07 miligramos por litro. Luego de hacer este análisis inicial del agua, se le agregaron 5 gramos de carbonato de calcio activado a 200 mililitros de agua y se dejó en constante movimiento por 2 horas. Luego de la filtración del carbonato, se analizó nuevamente la presencia del cobre y el plomo en el agua y dio como resultado que se redujo un 98% de la concentración del cobre y en un 79% de la concentración del plomo. Con el purificador CACO le damos la oportunidad a miles de familias chilenas de poder acceder a un agua segura para consumo doméstico. Y no solo eso, con nuestro CACO purificador absorbente, además de entregarle agua purificada a miles de familias, rescatamos un desecho y ayudamos a miles de chilenos. El agua contaminada entra al estanque superior, donde ésta queda en movimiento durante 2 horas gracias a las aspas que éste contiene. Luego de las 2 horas, el agua pasa por un proceso de filtrado aplicando presión para hacer de este más efectivo. A medida que el agua contaminada se filtra, el agua purificada es depositada en un estanque inferior donde se almacena para su consumo. Luego de que el carbonato de calcio se haya utilizado, comienza un proceso de sorción, donde se separan los metales pesados de este mediante un proceso gaseoso y se mandan a una industria donde se someten a una serie de reacciones químicas y físicas para convertirlos en sustancias inertes. El carbonato, luego de haber pasado por este proceso, se puede volver a utilizar, pero con menor capacidad absorbente. Para este proyecto nos hemos enfocado en 2 de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Específicamente en el número 3, salud y bienestar, y número 6, agua limpia y saneamiento.
All right. Welcome, Universidad del Desarrollo students. We're going to move into Q&A. Before we do, I just want to introduce Carolina and Luis, who are going to provide some support if needed on delivering questions to the judges, to the students from the judges. So judges, please turn on your camera when you're ready. Andrew, please.
Hopefully this is just a simple question, but what would the difference in efficacy be between a biosourced calcium carbonate, like from eggshells and shellfish, like you proposed, versus one that would be mined, like most of the calcium carbonate in, the construction industry, for example?
Okay, I can do the translating for that. ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre su filtro que viene de una tema bio a un filtro que puede venir de carbono, o sea, de una mina? ¿Cuál sería la diferencia entre su propuesta y un filtro que de pronto se encuentra en la industria en este momento?
La diferencia viene desde el mismo carbonato de calcio que viene de la cáscara de huevo, porque este tiene más superficie donde se puede adherir el metal pesado, a diferencia de la que viene de minas, que es mucho más lisa la superficie. Entonces tiene menos capacidad de absorción y es mucho menos efectiva.
Otra diferencia también es que nosotras estamos utilizando un desecho y la industria del carbón es muy contaminante. Entonces no queríamos como promover esta industria. Lo que queríamos era utilizar un desecho que se está botando mucho en Chile.
Okay, hopefully I got it. So the difference is that with the eggshell, they cover a larger surface and it has a better capacity than compared to one that comes from carbon. And then Isabel said that they wanted to use something that came from waste. And I guess it has a more circular proposal to it. Hopefully that's right.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Carolina. I'm going to go over to Anne just so we hear from a couple of different judges. Anne, please.
Good morning. So I had a similar question about the life cycle, and I love the scale of having a very local solution to a problem created by a large industrial process. But my question was, how local can it be? Can you use your home calcium carbonate as effectively? You partially answered that. But then my question is, what do you do with the carbonate that has now absorbed some of the materials, and how is that then disposed of? Because it loses some efficacy, but what happens in the full cycle?
Bueno, esa la tomo yo. Un poco la idea es cuán local pueden obtener el carbonato de calcio en primera instancia, y en segunda instancia, qué hacen con el carbonato que ya tiene metales pesados adheridos. Cómo lo procesan, qué hacen con él después de que ha sido, generado este proceso.
Bueno, acá voy yo. El carbonato de calcio sí se puede obtener de manera local porque las industrias tanto de gastronomía como las industrias pesqueras tienen mucho desecho. Entonces, como Chile es un país que tiene mucha pesca y tiene mucha gastronomía, se puede acceder desde ahí. Y cuando los metales ya son absorbidos en este polvillo de cáscara, pasa por un proceso de desorción, donde estos metales son anulados y este carbonato puede volver a usarse, tiene menos propiedades, pero sigue absorbiendo en grandes cantidades.
Y una pregunta, ¿cómo se llama el proceso que mencionaste?
Desorción.
Desorción. Okay, so the calcium carbonate can be sourced locally by many industries. Once the metals are attached to the calcium carbonate powder, there's a process in which the metals disappear, and the calcium carbonate can be recycled into the system again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Laura, please.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. I really love the use of the interviews to explain the problem in a way that relates to everyday people's lives. And the results you got in the lab were really impressive in terms of the reduction of lead and copper. I was wondering if you could clarify a little bit more about the prototype model that you showed. And I'm just wondering how much of this was, were you able to actually test this with people, or were you doing all your tests in the lab? I wasn't clear on that. And you showed the 3D model of a prototype, but I wasn't sure if you actually built that, if that's what you were using in the lab, or maybe you could explain that a little bit more.
Los felicita por las entrevistas que hicieron con personas en el contexto y por los resultados que tuvieron con su prototipo. La pregunta tiene que ver con si ustedes prototiparon en el laboratorio y si prototiparon también con personas, si tuvieron los dos momentos distintos para hacer el prototipo.
Principalmente nos enfocamos en la parte de laboratorio para poder testear la capacidad solvente del carbonato de calcio y ver cuál era el impacto en el agua de Quintero en cuanto a la absorción y reducción del plomo y cobre. Para poder haberlo testeado en personas y en situaciones reales, el agua necesita cumplir muchos parámetros y normas y testeos en laboratorios externos que no podíamos acceder nosotros. Entonces nos enfocamos en la parte de tener bien detallada la fórmula para poder disminuir en mayor cantidad la presencia de cobre y plomo y así asegurar que una vez que tengamos este proceso de reducción, el agua cumpla con los parámetros de cobre y plomo de las normas establecidas, cosa que antes, o sea, que en las aguas de la muestra no se cumplía. Y para el prototipo imitamos los procesos que hacíamos en el laboratorio a escala más grande para poder en un futuro hacerlo con mayores cantidades de agua.
Y también agregar que los experimentos lo hicimos con el agua de Quintero, sacamos una muestra como local y ahí eso lo utilizamos en el laboratorio.
Okay. So they only did lab testing because of the constraints of having, not the constraints, but what the formula that they were using that has to go through a governmental regulation. So they first wanted to perfect their formula and then also make it scalable to take it into another context, so taking it out of the lab. And also, it's important to add that they use water from Quintero, from the local community. And I don't know if there's anything else, Luis, that I might be missing.
No, that's all.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nancy, it looked like you were next.
Thank you. I was just wondering, even though this is kind of a local solution, it seems to me that there is broad scalability for this. if you were able to scale it up with a governmental partner or a business partner of some kind. And I was just wondering what kind of conversations you might have had with municipal authorities or companies that might be putting these chemicals into the water supply that might be interested in helping to alleviate the problems that they're causing.
Nancy les pregunta sobre el tema de la escalabilidad. ¿Qué pasos implica? ¿Qué conversaciones han tenido? Y si han tenido, han podido hablar con las municipalidades que pueden estar interesados en la implementación de este tipo de proyectos.
Bueno, partir con que la persona con quien entrevistamos es de la Municipalidad del Medio Ambiente de Quintero. Pero en Chile es muy complicado esto porque se supone que los parámetros del agua estaban normados dentro de Quintero y en realidad estaban pasados sobre la norma. Entonces como que tratan un poco de ocultar como la realidad del agua que brindan. Pero tendríamos que hablar como con municipalidades y gente como más importante que esté a cargo como del sistema del agua, como distribución del agua, como para poder escalarlo.
Y también agregar que en escalabilidad a lo largo de Chile funciona a todo lo largo, ya como mencionamos, la superficie de Chile presenta grandes cantidades de metales pesados, lo que afecta y aumenta también la cantidad en las aguas.
So they have been speaking with people from the municipality and from the environmental committee, but it's not been an easy conversation because the municipality itself hides some of the information about the quality of the water. So this information is key in order to scale this project up. And yeah, I think that's mostly the response.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Luis and Carolina. We are out of time. Thank you, students, Elisa, Isabel, and Magdalena. Great project. Looking forward to where you take it next. We are going to move on to our last team for this session, which is Borough of Manhattan Community College. Thank you.
Welcome to Green Living Biocondo. We offer a dwelling solution for people who want to live gently, cooperatively, and sanely together in cooperation with living things. It is 2037. It is time to join in a new way of living instead of going for the old-fashioned apartments. Scientists finally figured out how to get plastic-degrading enzymes to eat most of the ocean plastics, as well as filter and digest microplastics from the air and water. You don't want to start the problem all over again. Want to live a plastic-free life? It's not that hard. Don't be worried about living in a science experiment that might be disgusting, messy, smelly, or annoying. Green Living Biocondo, it's nothing like that. We have figured out how to make biodesign living easy, practical, and you don't need a science degree to do it. Let's take a look inside, shall we? We'll take a tour and then share some of the overall amenities. Come on in. Welcome to the Green Living Biocondo living room. Take a deep breath. Do you notice fresh air in this apartment? That is all thanks to the plant wall on the right. Not only is the plant wall aesthetically pleasing to the eye, it also purifies air in your apartment. Gone are the days of opening your window for fresh air, but in reality, all you breathe in is a ton of dust and harmful chemicals from all the cars and construction. And what can be more green living than having a plant wall? By now, you have probably noticed the beehive by the window. Every unit comes with an indoor-outdoor modular beehive. The bees have access to the flowers in the cabinet through the glass tubes and the bee-friendly plants on the green roof of our building. You'll be able to harvest the honey with our expert beekeepers and learn how to use beeswax, such as making beeswax wrap, eliminating the need for saran wrap. Now, please look up. You see the lampshade? Do you like the design? If you don't, then you can grow one that you like. That's right. You can grow one yourself using the building-supplied mycelium grow kits. You can mold it to whatever design you want and recycle it when you want a different one. No more worrying about generating plastic waste when you want a different lampshade. Now, here's one of the best features in the apartment, your very own washer and dryer. It also comes with a microplastic filter that filters out the microplastics from your clothing, so you don't have to worry about generating more microplastics in the water supply. Now let's head to the kitchen.
Welcome to your Green Living Biocondo kitchen. The first thing you'll notice is that there's a garden under the sink. Well, no need to rub your eyes, you're seeing correctly. These plants grow in a hydroponic system, making for a mess-free kitchen. The plant reservoir is hidden in a pretty case, and the plant structure acts as a curtain for the pipes, making for a pleasing viewing experience and providing the plants with the water necessary to thrive. Equipped with plants native to your city and easy to maintain, these natural features will be sure to improve your mental and physical well-being. Moving on to the refrigerator. You may have noticed that you can see all the contents. Well, Biocondo's refrigerators are engineered not only with your electricity bill in mind, but also the environment. We can all relate to the feeling of constantly needing to check if more food magically appeared since we checked last 5 minutes ago. With our new bio-designed refrigerator, this glass door made from biodegradable materials will allow you to have a look into what there is to eat without wasting electricity to open the door, which can be extremely harmful for the environment. Kitchen in the Green Life Bio Condo comes with its own dish rack farm. What on earth is a dish rack farm, you ask? Well, these innovative dish racks are made from bamboo, making them a biodegradable alternative to the common plastic and metal racks. Aside from this biodegradability, this dish rack farm also has a built-in mini farm, where it gets its name from. The container under the rack is not a mere decoration. It's a countertop garden. Generic dishwashers tend to drip all over the place, creating mess, wasting water, and attracting pests. The dish rack farm removes these issues, allowing the water to drip to the plants. But what about the mess the plants will create? Good question. These plants do not require soil and therefore prevent any sort of mess or contamination. Your new apartment will also come equipped with biodegradable dishes, containers, and all necessary utensils to ensure that when you are done with them, the earth is done with them as well. In addition, these utensils typically are made with plastics, making them a major cause for microplastic ingestions for both humans and wildlife. We at the Green Living Biocondo team value our residents' health above everything, and we therefore ensure that no plastics made their way into your kitchen cabinet, guaranteeing that there are no plastics being ingested due to our products. Likewise, we find it extremely important to ensure that wildlife is preserved, and therefore we are determined to annihilate the issue of microplastics.
And I'll be showing you through the Green Living Biocondo bathroom. Let's start with the toilet. Unlike ordinary toilets, the toilet in the Biocondo is able to collect, backup, and explore one's bacterial analysis data. Now, I know that you might think, well, why would I want to do that? Or I could just go to the doctor. Well, yes, you can, but the bacterial analysis toilet is an easy way to collect vital information without the need to go to a doctor. With busy schedules and taking care of children or housework or other family affairs, it makes it very hard to schedule an appointment, which makes this toilet very convenient. The trash can is an appliance that many people in general disregard and most blatantly ignore. But did you know most trash bins are made out of plastic? To be specific, they're made out of high-density polyethylene, HDPE for short. HDPE fell under a category that had the most plastic tonnage at over 14.5 million tons way back in 2018. The trash bin presented here for the bathroom is made from kombucha and beeswax. This allows it to be easily disposed of without leaving a negative impact on our environments. The circular window is inspired by two major things. By Japanese shoji window screens that are translucent folding screens that typically act as room divider to provide privacy and diffuse light throughout the room. The window is made from wood frame like shoji screens, but instead of paper screens, we employed a Tannery oxman design that is 80% water, 20% trees, and apple skins along with shrimp shells. Medical cabinets is a cabinet that has been integrated into the wooden structure that allows you to preserve medical plants, herbs for one's personal use. These plants can serve multiple uses depending on the individual. One can create medical home remedies without the chemicals that natural medicine may have, or create bath water, which has great benefits for the body and mind. Herbs that can be preserved included in here are rosemary, chamomile, a bonsai weed, peppermint, lavender, lemon balm, and sage and thyme. Moss carpet is great at absorbing water after showers and has marimo moss balls that prevent the need to worry about soil. They're able to grow perfectly fine in water. All you need to do is change the water every couple of weeks. We also integrated bamboo plants. Since they absorb and thrive in humidity, the bathroom would be a perfect place. They can freshen up the bathroom's atmosphere, and they are also a great source of aesthetic visuals, also to contribute to the bathroom's overall feel.
And last but not least, the bedroom. In the bedroom, the mattress is encased in a mycelium-enriched bamboo weave that is breathable and stays cool. The sheets are made from a thinner version of this material. Using a recent innovation that adds flexibility to mycelium materials, the mattress is made of biodegradable foam made of cassava flour and corn fiber, which is springy, comfortable, and water-resistant. Tenants can also opt for the bedroom to be equipped with grow your own bioluminescent algae nightlight.
Biodesign has been around forever. Why aren't more people living with and benefiting from it? Our Living Collective is specially designed to overcome these attitudes. Our socially engineered innovations are at the core of the Green Living Biocondo. Not a beekeeper, not a green thumb, no problem. Our staff can help. You keep them on speed dial, they live on the premises and are at your service. Our residence beekeeper attends to the care and management of the building's bees, including the health and maintenance of your own personal hive. The bees are completely safe and an integral part to the building's social ecosystem. Who needs a green thumb when your apartment comes with your very own on-staff farmer? She helps you with your plants, maintains the green roof, and grows vegetables for everyone in the building to enjoy. Feeling not so hot? Ask the building's resident medicinal herbalist on duty 24/7 for keeping your medicinal herbs healthy, and who will help you make tinctures, essences, and healing pastes with your herbs. All residents can enjoy classes in organic gardening, soil cultivation, water conservation, and the amazing ways to grow, harvest, and use mushrooms in everyday life. We also offer informative and fun lessons in beekeeping, honey gathering, and the many amazing uses of beeswax. We host honey harvesting parties, candle making, and will offer instruction on how to use plant essences for the environmentally friendly cleaning to keep your place spick and span without worrying about icky chemicals. Residents will also have access to the green roof and the gym, which is equipped with exercise machines that double as generators for electricity. So we are the Green Living Biocondo team from BMCC. My name is Kai Dresnick, and I'm a computer science major.
Hello, my name is Josephine Huang, and I'm a computer science major.
Hello, my name is Dulce Romero, and my major is CRJ, which stands for Criminal Justice.
Growing up in the busy Brooklyn in New York City was our motivating factor to create a green, bio-friendly alternative to the steely New York City.
Every day, around 8 million pieces of plastic make their way into our ocean. And these plastics break down into microplastics, which is currently being considered as a possible cause for decline in honeybee populations. It has also been found that microplastic with a size of about 10 micrometer are able to access all organs, cross cell membranes, cross the blood-brain barrier, and enter the placenta. Although the current research does not conclude that microplastic is harmful to humans, I'm sure none of us want any microplastic in our organs. Recently, a team from the University of Texas and Austin AI engineered an enzyme that can completely break down a plastic container within 48 hours. Now, this is great news, but the prevention of generating more plastic waste is also very important. And that is why we came up with Green Living Biocondo. For Green Living Biocondo, we drew inspiration from many designs such as the vertical forest building in Milan, which inspired the idea of green living, the Neri Oxman structure for the shoji window screen in the bathroom. But most important of all, we realized just how much plastic we were using in our daily lives and inside our homes. So we set out to propose a green living building that is bio-designed to be as plastic-free as possible, that is easy and practical. Throughout the process of coming up with our project, we wondered why would a building like this exist only in the far future? Why can it exist now? We read and studied about biodesign in our weekly meetings. We went through many different ideas and found the most suitable one. We then did an ethnographic experiment by introducing ecovative grow kits into our homes and then interviewed the people with whom we live. We asked our community about how they would feel about growing things in their living space before and after the process. Initially, one interviewee said,
"Why would you do this in my apartment? It looks disgusting and probably smells bad."
And after experiencing the growth kit, they said,
"It was really cool to see the process, and it also does not smell like I thought it would."
Initially, another interviewee first said,
"That looks very messy and dirty. Please get it out of my house."
And after experiencing the growth kit, they said,
"It is not too bad, but I would not do it myself."
This showed how important time is for this process. In order for people to accept a concept like this, social views on concepts such as living around plants would need to change drastically. They have already changed somewhat due to the pandemic lockdowns, with 75% of our interviewers saying that they are more keen on the idea of growing things on their own than they were before the pandemic.
Before we started this project, we had no idea what biodesign was, since we are all community college students and therefore we did not have the resources handed to us. Yet we were lucky enough to have the opportunity to be part of this challenge, and though it was quite difficult to spend as much time as we would have liked due to us having jobs as well as heavy course loads, we grew to love biodesign. When talking to other people about this, no one seemed to know what biodesign is, and we realized that it is extremely important to make biodesign a word that everyone knows. We plan to form a biodesign club at BMCC and spread the word to our classmates that biodesign is for everyone. We would like to add a special thanks to the BDC for supplying the Ecovative kits, a special thanks to Dr. Katarina Mata of BMCC for her expert advice, and a special thanks to Professor Elizabeth Wissinger for her immense efforts and dedication that she provided to our team.
Awesome. Thank you so much, students. Welcome, Josephine, Kaya, and Dulcie. Peter, you popped up first, please.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful presentation. It looks like the kind of place I'd like to live. I have a couple of observations and then a question for you. First of all, I think that the dealing with applications for biodesign in large-scale communities that are managed like condominium complexes, for example, or cooperative housing, multifamily housing is really smart because you have infrastructure, staff, people there to help keep a project viable. For example, having a beekeeper who might visit the facility and then go on to other skyscrapers around the city, for example. Also, condominiums now, as you point to, are quite different than they used to be. They offer all kinds of amenities, and certainly a garden on the rooftop is quite familiar now in cities. So I think it makes a lot of sense to leverage some changes that have been happening in housing recently, but also the scale of something like a large-scale condo. To me, it looked like some of the elements in your apartment, let's call it, or your condominium unit, were very familiar, and then others were new. And you seem to focus on individual areas like the living room, the bathroom, the kitchen. And I'm wondering, I think there's exciting opportunity in between those areas, like a wall that's shared between the kitchen and the living room, for example, could benefit from the gray water from the sink, helping to maybe perhaps bring water to the living wall. That's part of your biophilic design for the living room. And I was wondering if you had some thoughts on that, like how some of these elements might relate to each other across rooms or boundaries.
Hi, so I'll answer this if that's okay. We did think about that actually. Thank you for your compliments. And we did think about that due to our conflicting schedules, considering we were working remotely and we all have full-time jobs and heavy schedules. So we didn't have a chance to fully integrate that. Along with that, we also had a limited amount of time in our video, unfortunately. So we definitely did think about that. If we would have had more time, we would have definitely included that as well. I think, yeah, it definitely can help. All of the features can help each other. And also regarding the familiarity of some of the things, our main focus was to highlight the social, I guess, collaboration that would be needed to truly implement the biodesign thing. So it was that we did try to implement our own ideas and some ideas that might not be familiar to the biodesign challenge. We wanted to include some biodesign, some familiar things to truly highlight how important it is to implement everything together in a social setting, so that biodesign can be more widely accepted and more widely accepted and used, I guess. And
thanks, Kaya.
Utilized.
Oh, sorry I cut you off there. But thanks. I think that was really clear in your presentation. In fact, I thought one of the strengths was when you had questions from others about the project. You know, it's like they're raising some of the questions we might have, you know, about the project as well. So it was a wonderful approach to have others, you know, query you on some of the some of the issues they might have with the project, and you being able to respond to those questions in the video itself. Thanks.
Awesome. Andrew, do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, first I want to start off by saying a really ambitious project, really great how much, you tried to pack into one concept. My question comes more from like a curiosity standpoint in terms of how did you end up, or why did you focus so much on plastic mitigation versus, other elements that are problematic in the built environment? So, one of the most environmental things that we can do is make our buildings more energy efficient, better insulated. There's also a lot of embedded carbon in terms of cement and stuff like that. So just curious as to kind of, why you focused or honed in on plastic mitigation so much.
That's actually a great question. It's because originally we did started trying to solve the microplastic issue, and we also had the ideas of like keeping the bees with us. And we realized that the microplastic issue also affects the bees, and like it's one of the reasons, well, it's speculated to be one of the reasons why they're dying out by the masses. And so we proposed that, well, we already have all these great products that are available to us, so we decided to just propose a different way of living with this green living bio condo and bring the bees with us as well.
I also wanted to add that with none of us being biology majors, or I guess in that aspect, we were not experts in that aspect. So we felt that we would be more qualified to talk about something like this, as opposed to something we didn't want to risk, I guess, error, I guess, saying something wrong. And we didn't feel like we were experts in that field. So that's one of the reasons why we also didn't choose to focus on that.
I think it's great. It's not a critique. It was more just curiosity, coming from the industry and being surrounded by environmental scientists all the time. We kind of, are just so curious as to why, microplastics resonates with people versus other things that people can do to lower their footprint. So that's just where that question comes from. Thanks.
Thank you. Nancy. You're muted. One moment. There you go.
Thank you very much. I thought this was a really fun presentation and a really interesting way to look at how our futures might be influenced by biodesign. And one of the things that struck me is that perhaps one of the strongest effects that your presentation could have is as a communication tool to get people to start to imagine and dream about how they might live differently if we were paying more attention to the things that were in our proximate living environment and how it might affect the planet. And so I was wondering if you had given any thought to using your vision as a communication vehicle for actually sparking more dialogue with the public, because it was very clear at the end that, one of the biggest impediments to implementing something like this is actually the attitude of people having something like this in their close living quarters.
Yes, I think sorry, was Dulce, you go.
Our main, a big part of our goal in our team was to get the community involved, because we feel that the more people know about biodesign and how much it can be integrated into our daily lives, I feel like it would be more prosperous than just it being just professionals and scientists in the labs. That way it can open more ways, doors to how people can change how they live. And so I thought that's why we focused more on like engaging the community and informing, since as we had said, none of us, well, we didn't really know what biodesign was. When I joined the team, I had never heard of it. So I was really oblivious to all the interesting and knowledge about it. I didn't really know anything. So it was, I found it very important that people should really know about this stuff, because it changes one's lives. And it's really like, it's besides being interesting and having so many like aspects of it, it also allows one to live a better life while also helping our environment, which is really important since we all live here. And I feel like that's why we focus on that aspect.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. What struck me as I was listening to your video and watching it was I could imagine a newscaster, right, doing a human interest story and saying a group of students from the borough of Manhattan Community College, is showing us how we could live in the future, and then giving your video, which would broadcast it to thousands of people who would start thinking about it.
Awesome. David, I'm so sorry. We do have to move on. We're out of time. Thank you, students. Really thoughtful answers. I appreciate that. We are going to move on to our next break. Great project. I hope this is a glimpse into our future. if yes, it's a nice, bright green one. All right. Our next break is going to be just about 15 minutes, and then we will have our final session for the day. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Some big ideas I'd really like you to keep in mind when you're thinking about ecosystems and biodesign and how they interact. Okay. Every living thing is connected in an ecosystem. It may be indirectly through several different food web levels, but the connections are there. Okay. There's no such thing as an infinite resource. Okay. Even quote unquote sustainable and renewable resources aren't infinite. Okay. They still require energy, molecular inputs to exist and renew. Okay. Two species can't occupy the same niche. That creates competition, which drives evolution to new species. Okay. Or extirpation of one of the species. Okay. All living things seek to benefit basically their own species and resource use. So in nature, we're not going to find species helping each other unless they benefit both from the interactions. Okay. There are always trade-offs. Nothing is free. And no ecosystem is static. Nothing lasts forever, not even tardigrades. Ecosystems are in a constant state of flux. So even quote unquote stable ecosystems are always changing. So to conclude, okay, we have to, when we combine science and art and design, we really, we have to align them. We have to be even more aware of our motives and impacts. We have to try to align these goals as much as possible and do so at, say, different scales of area, depths of soils and oceans and water tables, mass, think about not just one product, but how it scales, and especially over different time scales. Humans are really, really bad at thinking in, say, deep time and different lifespans, right? So at the top, I've illustrated this idea of deep time, just to get our brains around sort of where we fit in the big picture. So first life on Earth probably evolved about 3.5 billion years ago. That was the archaea. Those organisms are still around in one form or another, and we use them for biotechnology and design. 2.4 billion years ago, probably evolved cyanobacteria. We still have cyanobacteria today, and we use that. Versus, say, sort of our, charismatic multicellular animals and plants that we think of, like trilobites and flowers and dinosaurs. They only came around 500, 200, 100 million years ago. First mammals about 220 million years ago. Versus humans, we first branched off from chimps about 6 million years ago. First hominids about 2.5 million years ago. First Homo sapiens only 300,000 years ago. And then behaviorally modern humans only about 50,000 years old. So in the idea of deep time, humans are just a blip, but we have to remember that our impacts, more than pretty much any other species in history, can have incredibly long lasting effects. And then I think we also have to think across different lifespans. We have to consider how our design will impact very different life strategies out in the world. Like most bacteria divide every 12 minutes to 12 to 24 hours. So we consider their lifespan about a day, but they can be revived from a dormancy period of up to 250 million years. What are the impacts of that if we're using bacteria for design? Then we have different life strategies, like mayfly adults live only about a day. The Muller's giant sunder rat, probably the shortest living mammal, lives about 6 months in the wild, versus the Greenland shark, the longest known lifespan of all vertebrates, lives about 250 to 500 years. Okay, so how do our designs impact those very different life strategies, right? And then I have here for comparison some of our traditional products, right? Plastics can take anywhere from 20 years for plastic bags to 600 years for fishing line to decay. Styrofoam takes about 500 years to decompose, versus giant sequoias can live up to 3,200 years. Okay, glass can take about 4,000 to 1,000,000 years to decompose, versus, say, glass sponges, we found that they can live up to 15,000 years. Then there's things like Hydra, which don't appear to senesce or age at all. They seem to be capable of indefinite self-renewal. Hey, this could be a really interesting source of biotech and biodesign materials, but also what are the implications of human impacts on populations like these that could stay around for a really long time? And then at the very end of our scale, we have glazed ceramics that can take over 1,000,000 years to decompose. Okay, so these different scales need to be considered in conjunction with each other at each stage of design, from material sourcing through the end of life. Because again, remember, it's the end of life stage that's often the longest lasting and most impactful over generations and lifespans. And biodesign goals have to be flexible and revisited if the data show they're incompatible with environmental goals. Okay, so you have a question, you develop a hypothesis, some ideas, you start building and engineering some things, take data and observations. This is where you have to analyze the data, believe the data, use the data, and decide what you keep and what you get rid of. Okay, don't stay married to the idea if the data show it isn't working. This will also help us combat greenwashing, which is basically the idea that because it's bio, it must be better, right? But this is almost always based purely on speculation, gut feelings, and entrenched but not tested ideas. But ultimately, we have to be not afraid to start somewhere and then iterate, okay? There's this idea of satisficing to start. That's a combination of the words satisfy plus suffice. It's actually an idea from a Nobel Prize-winning political scientist from the 50s. It's a decision-making rubric when an optimal solution can't really be determined. And that's with so many things environmental. It's so complicated. There's so many inputs and outputs. We can only do so much. Okay. So it's okay if a solution isn't perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. Meeting an acceptability threshold is often enough. So we have to decide what that acceptability threshold is. Okay. It's okay to have partial solutions and stopgap measures. However, as long as they're not actually more harmful than the problems we're trying to solve. Okay, so that's why I've put down here that I think neutral on the way to better is better than nothing. So be creative, make new things, but first do no harm.
The exhibition consists of 4 works. First, the Biosafety Puppet Playhouse, a biological safety cabinet that is also a puppet theater for presenting biotechnological protocols to live audiences. Then, Baroque Biology Paper Theater, a series of photographs of GMO bacteria growing imaginary vignettes in our lab. Third, Laboratory Ecologies, an installation of fictitious laboratory ecology settings that involve all sorts of non-human organisms in a cacophony installation. When Microbes Dream, the title piece of the exhibition, is a wall mural of microbial ecologies layered with a spiral of liquid in a tube installation. Each artwork presents a complex vision of organisms large and small, mammals, microbes, plants, and insects, working in collaboration to communicate biotech processes to human audiences. The exhibition will continue to be presented across Europe in 2022 and returning for Canada in 2023.
We're an interdisciplinary team that in creating our material, we fell in love with the idea of community-driven databases. Our story starts in a possible future where Google can tell us of its physical histories. In this presentation, we're showing you the journey of the creation of a materials database using an example of environmental remediation. To build this materials database, we have found the following data sets, as well as considered the intensiveness of processing methods to help create a weighted index in order to create resource profiles. When considering a certain system as a potential lead, we have highlighted 3 requirements in developing a case study. 1. Are the genetic resources that we use local? If so, is there any way in which we can engage in benefit sharing? How do we responsibly use this genetic resource? 2. Can we empower the local community to help us solve our sustainability questions? And 3. What is our local footprint? Do we want to leave a mark? One sample in our database is a waste stream from leather tanneries. In the process of making leather, raw hides are treated with chromium. The chromium is being converted into a toxic compound in this process, and the tanneries need to find methods of disposing it safely or transferring it to treatment plants. We are talking about thousands of liters of water for a single tannery. Is there potentially a local genetic resource that can bioremediate the wastewater? In India, it's home to many tanneries, and microbes in chromite mines in India have been found and characterized to convert hexavalent chromium to trivalent chromium using a special enzyme that... From our data streams, we have found waste stream data, consumer material databases, and a profiling of organisms with useful properties. By taking advantage of the neutralization of the tanning liquor, we see a possibility in developing a low-intensive bio-based solution which involves the optimization of our organism of interest as part of a fermentation process. Through some rough modeling of the purification process, we have estimated that at best, we can acquire 60 grams of trivalent chromium for every 120 grams of the chrome pickling powder added to every 1.5 kilograms of pelt. With such a great yield, trivalent chromium can be used for shielding and electronics, as well as plating. Opportunities can be made to create an eco-chrome finish. The legacy of leather tanneries is currently crushing the industry as wastewater is incredibly difficult to process, and it is impacting other economic resources such as agriculture. In our journey of working with hexavalent chromium, we had found untapped potential within readily available datasets of waste streams around the world.
To bring people from different backgrounds, different places, different opinions into the conversation of design and innovation, we have to do it from both sides. So one piece of the puzzle is definitely for those who are designing new technologies and innovations to solicit input from the communities that are going to be impacted by that. But I think it's just as important for us to do the hard work of equipping people who are not currently represented in the innovation space with the opportunities to build tools and products and design new innovations for themselves. So it's not just about consulting people in how the same 7 companies or the same old people are going to build new innovations and technologies. It's about creating opportunity for everyone to build new technologies and to have those things spread across the world in a more equitable way. We've more recently expanded into thinking about new skills, including biotech, help us shape the next generation of our portfolio of investments around technology and science education for the future and for all learners for the future. What I'm excited about and what I think really needs to be a change that we see happen is for people from diverse backgrounds, people who represent the facets of society that are not currently represented in tech and the innovation industry, to be a part of building the next generation of tools, platforms, technologies that are going to actually impact and influence the future, and to see society and culture be reflected in those things in more authentic ways than they are right now. Congratulations to all of the finalists for making it this far in the Biodesign Challenge. We're really excited to see what you create and to have the final judging and to see where your technologies go in the future.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the final session of BDC Summit 2022. It's been an amazing 3 days. We're looking forward to seeing the last couple projects from the students. The first video we're going to see is University of California, Davis. Take it away.
Hello, we are the Sea Glass team, and we are using microalgae to remediate local environmental issues while also creating fully biodegradable eyewear. What are the problems we are facing right now? Our journey begins here in Davis, where there exists a large emphasis on agriculture, one of the largest water-polluting industries. Water scarcity is a serious issue plaguing 80% of the human population. Only 2% of water on the planet is freshwater, and a mere 0.036% is accessible to humans. The agricultural industry is one of the primary freshwater consumers worldwide, responsible for 70% of human freshwater usage. Despite this reliance, agricultural runoff, which occurs when excess fertilizer leaves fields through surface water runoff, is among the major pollutants that contaminate our waterways. This elicits grave consequences for both human health and aquatic ecosystems. The nitrogen-rich fertilizers that enter rivers and oceans create an abundance of nutrients that facilitate algal blooms. These have a deadly effect on marine and freshwater ecosystems, because excessive algal growth and rapid decay feeds aerobic bacteria, creating an oxygen-deprived environment that renders these areas, known as dead zones, unlivable. Nitrogen-based fertilizers also contribute to nitrogen leaching, a phenomenon where nitrate percolates into groundwater and contaminates it, making it unfit for both consumers and farmers. Nitrate contaminates drinking water throughout the nation, but is highly concentrated within the states of California, Texas, Kansas, Pennsylvania, and Oklahoma. Unfortunately, the current systems in place for wastewater management are problematic. Some methods, such as physiochemical separation, are energy-intensive and add harmful chemicals to the water in order to precipitate certain pollutants out. Another wastewater management method is the use of man-made wetlands. These allow water to slowly flow through wetlands and sediment to be filtered out, removing some pollutants. However, during this process, carbon and nitrogen extracted from the water can react to form methane and nitrous oxide, two harmful greenhouse gases. The agricultural industry is already a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and thus man-made wetlands are far from ideal when it comes to wastewater treatment. Other methods such as ion exchange or reverse osmosis systems do exist. However, they are extremely expensive, with community costs ranging from $765 million to as high as $1.47 billion per year. Our solution to traditional wastewater treatment methods comes in two parts. First, we have chosen to take advantage of algae's tendency to bloom in polluted water by cultivating our chosen species, Nanochloropsis oceanica, in a controlled environment. This species is effective at consuming contaminants and uses them as nutrients for growth. We will introduce an oceanica to wastewater that has already gone through an initial filtering stage to remove large debris and microorganisms, including other algae species. An oceanica will act as a second filter to remove inorganic pollutants such as nitrates and phosphates. This process is scalable, as it has been shown that it is possible to cultivate algae in a larger setting using bags or ponds. Since the algae can survive and replicate with only the addition of wastewater and exposure to sunlight, this is a very energy and cost-effective process, which would allow us to improve how cities around the globe clean their wastewater. The idea of using algae for bioremediation is not new, but it hasn't been implemented on a large scale because the algae die very quickly, creating a massive dead algae, which leads us to the second part of our solution. We interviewed Dr. Stephen Mayfield, a professor of biology at UCSD and co-founder of Algenesis, a company currently using algal plastic to make biodegradable shoes.
So the biggest pollution problem that we have, Davis has an enormous problem with this, is what happens when you have your wastewater that comes down. It's full of nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. What do you do with that? Now, some cities chemically treat it. They precipitate the nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium out of it, but then you're wasting it.
We are working closely with a team of researchers at UC San Diego's California Center for Algae Biotechnology and using their processes to create a 100% biodegradable polyurethane that we will use to make glasses frames. You might be wondering, why eyewear? Currently, multiple materials used in the fashion industry are controversial due to their environmental cost. However, glasses go under the radar, despite the fact that over 50% of glasses frames are made from plastic, and this trend is only expected to increase. There are also very few companies even attempting to use biodegradable materials. Those that do only use bio-based materials like bioacetate that are not biodegradable, or alternatively, brands pursue sustainability by using recycled materials as opposed to biomaterials. This lack of truly biodegradable eyewear and the economic and social issues resulting from plastic pollution prompted us to use algal polyurethane to make fully biodegradable frames that can be composted in a consumer's home environment. In this picture from the research team at UCSD, you can see how their algal polyurethane sample biodegraded over a period of 12 weeks. The control on the left was put under high moisture and heat, showing that only the presence of mulch and microbes are required to compost the material, so consumers can feasibly compost this material at home. It is important to note that the biodegradability should not interfere with durability in use, provided the product is used and cared for as intended. Our proposed life cycle will make use of wastewater that would otherwise pollute rivers and oceans. This method of cultivating algae is highly sustainable because after the initial cultivation, algae growth continues when provided wastewater and sunlight. The transformation of this biomass to algal polyurethane makes use of the byproduct, which completes the cycle. While at this point in time, the process is not completely circular due to the need for transportation, hopefully when algal biofuels, another potential product of algae used for water remediation, become more widely used, we will move one step closer to the complete circularity that we strive for. As for possible dual use, there are no foreseeable harmful uses of either the biodegradable glasses or using algae for bioremediation. As algae from the Nanochloropsis genus are also used as nutrient supplements, it is unlikely that exposure to the algae will pose a great risk to somebody who may be working with it. There remains the risk of coming into contact with wastewater, which contains unhealthy levels of organic pollutants such as nitrogen, phosphates, and potassium, and thus should not be ingested. In any case, personal protective equipment such as goggles, a mask, gloves, and a coat would be required in order to minimize contact with the algae and wastewater. Someone working in our wastewater treatment plant should never need to come into direct contact with the algae or the wastewater, and when the algae is harvested, the water will no longer be contaminated as the algae will have consumed the pollutants. In our experiments, we dealt with the question of whether or not our algae, N-Oceanica, could grow in agricultural wastewater and remove nitrates and phosphates. We created our own synthetic agricultural wastewater solutions and tested both the algae's growth and how much of the nitrates, phosphates, and other organic pollutants were removed. Our results show a removal rate of 15% of all nitrates in solution and 35% of all phosphates in solution over a period of 10 days. We also collected an algal biomass of 2.178 grams. Keep in mind, however, due to our limited resources, we used an almost undetectable amount of algae, so in practice, this removal rate would likely be higher. For prototyping frames, we initially explored 3D printing as a low-waste, positive manufacturing process. 3D printing the glasses proved less than ideal due to the waste that occurs from the use of supports, so we opted for a thermoplastic mold injection manufacturing process with 3D printed molds. After digitally modeling our molds, we experimented with different filaments for printing them. These plastic and calcium carbonate molds proved unsuitable for thermoinjection due to limited temperature resistance and insufficient structural integrity, but our resin molds remain promising. Our next steps will involve testing the resin molds and experimenting with how we can best use the algal polyurethane in the thermoinjection machine. This is a new process that we are lucky to explore, and we foresee a highly iterative process. At the end of the day, we will be creating a pair of biodegradable glasses that is sorely lacking in the glasses market, and simultaneously, we will help to solve the problem of algal blooms caused by agricultural wastewater runoff in a way that is much more sustainable than existing water treatment methods. Our original frames are designed with comfort and a gender-neutral look in mind in order to maximize our pool of potential users. In the future, our goal is to let people experiment and play with different shapes and colors without feeling guilty if they ultimately outgrow a style that they once loved. We'd like to thank the team of researchers at UCSD's California Center for Algae Biotechnology for sharing their processes to transform algal biomass to algal polyurethane and for allowing us to research this new realm. Our work, in partnership with theirs, allows us to both mitigate freshwater pollution and create a sustainable option for trendy eyewear. We would also like to thank our professor, Christina Cogdell, for all of her guidance and support throughout this process, and our lab manager, Andrew Yao, for showing us how to use the fiddly bits in the lab and allowing us to follow through with our research.
All right, thank you so much, UC Davis students. Judges, when you're ready, let's have some questions. Andrew.
I feel like I'm asking too many questions, but I'll keep going. First off, yeah, really great job. I think you guys connected a lot of dots that a lot of people take a really long time to figure out in terms of algae biomass and valorization of co-products, like that kind of space. So well done there. I guess my question kind of comes from what was your selection process like in terms of identifying the product that you were going for in terms of eyewear? Just because in terms of the material properties, and I'm coming at this from like a material science background, polyurethane as an elastomer in terms of lens retention for eyewear wouldn't be the first choice for me. So I was just curious why eyewear and not something else in the fashion industry that you kind of mentioned.
I can take this one. So all of us, we really love fashion, so we wanted to choose something in fashion. But I think the first thing that we saw that like didn't really have a sort of biodegradable or sustainable substitute was eyewear, because like mine are made of plastic. They're all made of like acetate, right? Or the plastic ones, or even the bio-based ones. So we thought that it would be a good thing to try to strive for, to try to create. And for the properties of polyurethane, we are still working on that.
Thank you. David, over to you.
Yeah, very interesting. And of course, yeah, algae is a very interesting source of many interesting products because of their oil production. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate your experimentation. So that was really interesting. One of the things that I wanted to ask was you really framed this around, say, agricultural runoff. And so I was sort of struggling to see how that runoff was going to be collected to then be processed. And so could you just say something about that? Maybe there's something within the agricultural process that makes that easy to see. But for me, it was hard. I imagine fields being watered, the water runs off into ditches and gullies and then runs off somewhere, but would have to be collected before it reached a stream or a river. Thanks.
I can also take this one. Currently, we don't have a fully fleshed out solution to that because it is really a really complex problem, which is why there's so many runoff things. But for now, we are actually thinking of shifting our focus to municipal wastewater, which is
collected in a much more systematic way. And from there on, once we've like started our thing, we can work towards agricultural wastewater and see if we can work with farms to create a better solution to collecting agricultural wastewater.
Thank you. Judges, any more questions? We have time for one more. Laura, please.
Yeah, that was a great presentation and really thorough coverage of your process and research, and especially with the experts in the field. And I had some of the same questions as the other judges about why limiting yourself to glasses. And I wondered if you actually, a couple of questions. I wondered if the image that you showed at the end was a found image, or if that was an actual prototype, the kind of seafoam green glasses. And then also if you did any tests with prototypes with eyeglass wearers to kind of get feedback on their relationship, both in terms of tactility or even the kind of emotional connection we have to accessories, and how that might maybe inspire going outside of just glasses and into other types of accessories.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to answer that. About the green glasses at the end of the video, that was actually a digital rendering of what they might look like. It's the model that the mold is based off of. So that's what once like we thermo inject, that's what they should come out looking like. About the prototyping process, we were thinking, of course, about like aspects such as, the comfort levels. One conversation we were having was like what it might feel like around your ears, especially with masks and stuff like that. Glasses can be kind of annoying, and we were trying to come up with a relatively comfortable design, but we were also thinking of a very sort of gender neutral and like not too unique design as a starter, because we want to be able to reach as wide of an audience as possible. And in order for consumers to transition to, more like biodegradable glasses, they probably wouldn't want a huge change. We wanted that to be a smooth transition. And then later we can, play more with maybe alternative styles, that kind of thing.
Thanks.
Thank you, UC Davis team. Great project. Awesome. We're going to move on to our next team, which is going to be Alizal High School. Ready for the video.
Hello, my name is Teresa Ochoa, and I'm presenting mining installation, the better way for insulation. What if homes are built with non-toxic materials that can be composted or reused? What if the insulation in our homes could keep our houses warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and even help keep our homes protected against pests? In nature, birds like the old wood sparrow use a natural bug repellent. What is this natural repellent? Neem leaves. Sparrows would line their nests with neem leaves or other herbs as natural bug repellent. What if humans could use the same idea for our homes? This question made me wonder how this would be possible. Since my dad has great knowledge of this because he's a fumigator, I took advantage of this. First off, fumigating a house can be pricey, and people in my community can't really afford it. From a one-story costing about $1,900 and a two-story house ranging between $1,800 and $2,000. It all depends on the size of the home, of course. We know pests are hard to handle, so why not prevent them in the first place? That is where my neem comes in place. In our formula, we added a secret ingredient, neem oil. On the right are pictures of my dad who helped us, and yeah. Current insulation being used is mineral wool and fiberglass, which are the most popular to use and perform more efficiently, but are very toxic and never decompose. Denim jeans and cellulose. Both are non-toxic, and denim jeans are made out of recycled material, but making jeans are not good for Earth. Hemp wool and sheep wool are least environmental impact, but don't perform as good as mineral wool and fiberglass. And mycelium insulation, which is non-toxic, fireproof, waterproof, and can be grown at home. How it works. Mining insulation can be purchased at a local hardware store or as a kit or pre-made. Homeowners could grow it themselves as a way of saving money and also learn about how mycelium works and grows. Pre-made mining insulation would be sized similarly to current insulation and would be easy to install. Here are some pictures of a house without insulation still put, and below is my first batch of mycelium. What we did. In the beginning, I learned about mycelium and algae strings. Through exploration, we continued experimenting on a second batch of mycelium. This time, we made some alterations, like including neem oil to the mixture. We chose neem oil because we wanted to experiment if it impacts pests, like the sparrow who also uses neem to repel insects. We successfully grew mycelium with the neem oil. Right next are pictures of when I did the algae strings and also when I was making the mycelium. And I chose a skull for the mold. Now to the right is the ingredients I use for the batch of mycelium with the neem oil and how it's going on right now. As you can see, the mycelium is growing. Improvement. More experimentation needs to be done around its effectiveness in repelling insects. Some more things that should have been done is growing our mycelium earlier so that can be finished on time. Also, we could have also improved our research on our topic by speaking with customers that fumigate their homes to know about their opinions. Challenges. While testing, we encountered some challenges. In this experiment, we were trying to find the resistance of different insulation. We utilized paper, mycelium, and hay insulation to see how long it would take an ice cube to melt. We didn't use fiberglass or mineral wool because it would be toxic and not safe. While waiting for the ice to melt with the paper insulation, the jar we were heating up cracked, so we couldn't finish the experiment. And also we have pictures of when this was happening. You can see at the top picture is fiberglass and mineral wool, and the ice cubes are colored. So we colored it, and then on the middle picture we colored it blue so you could see. And then in the bottom one is where I'm pretty sure it was the control one. So the ice cube was colored orange. My experience was great, and thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Letty, my teacher, for making it such a great experience. And thank you, BDC, and all the experts who helped, including Luis Guzman, Corinne Takada, Dr. Adil Gonzalez Cerricho, Cuauhtemoc Ovicaña, Caitlin Nealon, Jennifer Westerbeck, and Alisal High School. Questions, and thank you. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Teresa, great project. Let's open up to the judges for questions. David, you popped up first.
Yeah, let me just say that my expertise is in insect biology, so I really appreciated your talk, and I really found the intersection of the idea that you had as being very, very creative. That is insulation that has a product on it that is that would potentially repel insects. So I found that that to be very creative, the joining of those two functionalities. So I really compliment you on that. And I was interested in whether or not the product that you made was actually repellent of insects. And I was thinking about where this might be particularly useful, and I'd be interested in hearing some of your ideas too. But to me, in an urban environment, for example, if you had apartment buildings that had your insulation in it that had these insect, particularly maybe say cockroach repellent properties to it, that this could be a very interesting product.
Thank you. We'll have further testing to do if it repels, but that was our idea.
Elena, go for it. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was very inspiring, and I was particularly interested in the home kits. And I'm wondering, what kind of time would it take to grow the mycelium insulation, and what kind of investment would the consumer have to do to make their own insulation at home?
Well, the kit or how would you grow it? Is that your question? Well, it would have all the ingredients. Like, we bought our kit and it had it was kind of like wood pieces, like wood chips, and the mycelium, and we put flour, and then I'm forgetting the ingredients right now, and then it grew, and water, and yeah, and they would have to I feel like it would come in containers, and you would put the mycelium batch there, and then it would grow, and you can install it in your house.
And when you grew it yourself, how long did it take? So let's say I wanted to grow like a 3-foot by 3-foot sheet. Do you know how long that would take, or do you have any idea of the time commitment that it would take to grow this type of insulation?
Well, my batch still hasn't grown fully, and we started it on about April 21st, I think. So maybe about a month, or more than a month, it will start to grow completely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Beth.
This was so great, Teresa. Thank you. I have like maybe 3 small questions. One is, how did you actually like physically mix the neem oil and mycelium? 2 is, like, from a practical standpoint, if you're going to put this in your home, how does it smell? What's the experience of it like? And then 3rd was like, how long does it last? Would you need to reapply it? Is there a way to like genetically engineer the mycelium to produce the neem oil? Can you think about other ways that you might get the same outcome with a different set of tools? So I know that was a lot of questions, but let me know if you need help.
Okay, well, answering your first question, we used about 3 tablespoons of neem oil, and we just mixed it in, just like that. And smell, well, when it's forming and growing, it does smell earthy, but once it's fully complete and molded and all finished, the smell kind of fades away. And I'm sorry, what was your 3rd question?
Do you think you'd have to reapply the neem oil for it to like work longer, or is there a way to engineer the mycelium to produce the neem oil?
I'm not sure about that, but I'll get to you later. Thank you.
Thanks, Beth. Judges, we have time for one more question, but we are running on time. So, okay. All right. Thank you so much, Teresa. Great project. I hope that I, at a point, never have to have cockroaches in my New York apartment. I hope it makes it to apartment buildings. Our next project is going to be from Massachusetts College of Art and Design.
Our product name is Cultiflora. It is an acne relief ointment. It is a combination of plant-based and engineered bacteria to produce an aid to retinoid acid production within the skin microbiome. Our core ingredients are L. acidophilus, elderflower extract, and radish root fermentation filtrate. These are all biosafety level 1 ingredients. They are non-toxic. Biotech is the ideal solution to address the oversaturation of harmful ingredients in the mainstream skincare market. Synthetic biology creates a bioengineered compound that relies exclusively on the naturally occurring processes of these organisms. Furthermore, in 1912, a dermatologist reported that topical L. bulgaricus may be helpful in preventing acne. But research about topical lactic acid bacteria preventing acne wouldn't continue until 1999. Baltimore, 1961. Trials with ingestible L. acidophilus and L. bulgaricus revealed that 80% of patients with acne had visible improvement, particularly those who had inflammatory acne. In a 1999 study, Streptococcus thermophilus increased ceramide production as the topical cream. Scientific evidence for the elderflower extract. Indigenous peoples have an extensive history of using botanical remedies to heal ailments in their communities. Elderflower was a favorite cosmetic for the suppression of freckles, alleviating sunburn, and relieving the itching and other effects of saltwater bathing. Scientific evidence for radish root ferment filtrate. According to the Cosmetic Ingredient Review, dermal irritation and sensitization from radish root ferment filtrate was virtually non-existent. A new family of radishes, Raphanus sativus, are being considered an invasive species. In some cases, they can be toxic to livestock, and we could use these radishes in our product. It is used as a preservative and moisturizer.
We harvested the bacteria, and there was a process that we used to kind of get this bacteria to use in our product. What we first did was collected rice water and had it in a jar for about 7 days. And on the 7th day, we started to see that the layers began to separate, and there was a middle layer which we needed that contained the starch, that contained all the wild bacteria that we were going to use for this product. We measured 50 ml of the starch and combined it with 500 ml of whole milk and put that in a jar and let that sit for another 7 days. And it began to separate into 2 different layers. The top layer, which is now turning into cheese, is going to be removed, and the bottom layer should be the liquid, which is our lactobacillus bacteria. Once we separated them, we added 2 cups of sugar for the bacteria to stabilize and preserve it for our sample testings. To find out how much radish root ferment filtrate we needed, we went by the manufacturer's guidelines on using the radish root ferment filtrate. And the recommendations were to use 2 to 5% of our product quantity for each sample. So being that each sample was a 60 ml bottle of the lactobacillus bacteria and the powder flower water, we used 3 ml of the root ferment filtrate. We had 3 samples, one that was 50% bacteria, 50% elder water. We had another one that was 25% bacteria and 75% elderflower. The third one, which was 25% elderflower and 75% bacteria.
We also did an experiment with floral scent application. For this experiment, we need floral scent, but we were still speculative about this, so it's not like a concrete ingredient in our product. Skincare products that you see in the market are usually scented, and a lot of customers also prefer it, but we didn't want to add like any artificial scent. So instead of that, a homemade natural scent. We took a pink rose and we took out the petals, and after that, in like an airtight jar, petals were submerged in oil. It could be like olive oil and corn oil, and then you leave it inside for 24 hours, and then after that drain the flowers and like separate the oil, and the oil already has absorbed all the scent from the petals, and then it's like ready for use.
For larger scale production, we would use the phytonics process. The Cultiflora elderflower extract would be considered a concrete, a type of plant extraction obtained through solvent extraction with a hydrocarbon solvent. HFC 134A was created as a replacement for chlorofluorocarbons. CFCs contribute to the depletion of the ozone layer, which leads to an increase in UV rays, which increases the amount of acne in humans, as proven by research. In order to prove efficacy and safety of Cultiflora, we would conduct a case study with a group of 50 participants with acne vulgaris and determine how or if their acne has changed over time, any negative reactions to the product, dermatitis, allergies, etc., how other topical medications participants use interact with Cultiflora, and Cultiflora would seek approval and certifications from the following organizations in accordance with USA product manufacturing guidelines. That would be the FDA and the IRB. New innovations make our sustainability goals possible. The Mono Skincare Tablet is an invention patented by Mono Skincare. It contains a high concentration of ingredients pressed into a tablet that would then be dropped into a bottle of the liquid ingredients. Through lyophilization of our L. acidophilus bacteria, we would be able to press the ingredient into a tablet and be dropped into the elderflower extract and radish root ferment filtrate. And Enkirk and Glass Futures created the world's most sustainable glass bottle made from biofuels, less fossil fuel emissions, so net zero ready. Up to 100% recycled glass are used to create new bottles, and we would have a container made of this glass with a twist cap for our product.
We also researched some of the potential environmental risks of this product. Naturally sourced ingredients, we don't have an infinite supply of them, which is why a long-lasting and recyclable product is essential to our design. Mitigating environmental risks also, determining how much of the product we need for each sample, for each bottle, how much we instruct our users to apply on their skin, and figuring out which temperature of the mix is most effective for completely dissolving the bacteria tablet. We risk a high global warming potential, measuring the cumulative effect of CO2 emissions emitted from our potential greenhouse production process. Phytotonics extractions requires a lot of electricity as well. Potential risks to human health. Out-of-flower poisoning is possible if the raw stems, seeds, leaves are accidentally ingested, and it's potentially abrasive or harmful to anyone who has sensitive skin or seasonal or other floral allergies. Also, another risk is how this product would interact with medication that our consumers are currently using. Some of the ways to mitigate these risks are to create other variations of our product by using other flowers, also ensuring a safe and sanitary environment for the production of this product to avoid cross-contamination. Also, researching case studies for interactions between culture flower and other medications. So one of the things you wanted to take into consideration, which was kind of a topic during this whole conversation, was greenwashing. Think about how cultural flora can be harnessed for ill intent. Companies may want to speed up production, harvesting large quantities of the crops required for production and drastically impact the surrounding ecosystem. For example, pollinating bees, insects, bacteria, etc. People could easily replicate our recipe with additional harmful chemicals, claiming our base ingredients are there. The risk of those chemical additives gets cancelled out. Greenwashing, a deceptive method of advertising products as natural when they're not. Culture Flower could be open about our manufacturing processes and seek certification for legitimate sustainability organizations. For example, our team would seek to have our paper packaging material certified by the Forest Stewardship Council.
All right, welcome Mass Arts students.
Hey, Mitch.
Judges, when you are ready, please join us for some questions.
I'm in the middle of judging the Biodesign challenge.
David.
Yeah, so good. I was really interested in hearing how you originally came up with the connection between lactobacillus and acne. What was it that you encountered or thought of that made this, that gave you this connection between those two?
I could answer this question. Initially, when we started taking this class that was dedicated to this biodesign challenge, one of the things that we really talked about was like using bacteria and how bacteria is the future in technology. And so when we did our research, the first things we kind of looked at were what was going on with bacteria and like biodesign in the skincare industry. And one of the bacteria that just kept coming up through like anything we read was the lactobacillus bacteria. And so we kind of did more research into that and what that bacteria could do in terms of combating acne, and we saw like how it aids retinoids and how that's good for combating acne. So we just kind of took that and like used it as our base for our design, and through that we just kind of found more about the bacteria and what it could do. So we just focused on it.
Thank you. Andrew, you're next.
Yeah, really great presentation. I think skincare would be super daunting to me. So really, really great explanation of how you broke down all of the different ingredients. In terms of like shelf life, if you're using all natural ingredients, is there a significant difference in terms of what you would predict in terms of like your product shelf life versus stuff that you'd buy off the shelf that has, you know, synthetic ingredients?
I think we would have to research that more, but we do have a natural preservative in the radish root ferment filtrate, which is different. So we would have to research how long that preservative specifically would last. But we do want to steer far away as possible from using unnatural ingredients or chemical compounds sort of thing.
Thanks, Andrew. Judges, anyone else? We have time for one more. Please.
It was very interesting. Maybe a comment. I really appreciated that you were envisioning how you might test the product for its efficacy. And that might be the way to frame your question as opposed to proving something. Just that was my sort of my comment, and thinking about you have something and you really want to know whether it's effective or not. You don't want to prove that it's effective. You want to test whether it's effective. But anyway, I thought that was very interesting that you thought about the sample size and how you might do that. So I'm just a comment to commend you on thinking about the design of those experiments.
I have a question about kind of what comes next if you continue to develop the project. Have you thought about what it might look like if you brought it to market, the packaging, the branding, stuff like that? Have you thought about how it'll function in the skincare market today?
Yeah, part of the design, one of the things we considered is like how we could make this more accessible and like bring it to homes and kind of build a community around just sustainable cosmetics and also natural and cosmetics. So I think going forward would be doing more research into other natural products that we could use in this design. Like we looked at this floral book that contained like different flowers and like their uses and like different like aspects of skincare, like itchiness, redness, things like that would start to address once we figured out how to battle acne itself with this design.
All right. Well, I hope we live in a world one day where we can use this. Thank you so much. Great project. All right. We are going to move on to our next project. We're very behind schedule. We're going to go on to RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology.
This is upstate New York. While it's beautiful in 2022, we face a lot of issues surrounding our water systems which pose a threat to the natural landscape. Stormwater runoff is putting fertilizers and other chemicals into our local river, the Genesee, which then leads into Lake Ontario. Sediment remains one of the biggest pollutants of local rivers in New York and across the US. We talk with scientists and researchers working in and around water issues in New York, Connecticut, and Louisiana to gain a better perspective on these issues. For the Biodesign Challenge, we sought to develop future root systems to protect our home from anticipated climate changes. Using speculative design, we created solutions without the limitations of current technologies for the near future, future, and far future. In order to unify our three future solutions, we crafted a brand titled RootGen and established a visual design language to work from. For our near future solution, we considered how can we provide landowners with a product to prepare for the effects of streambank erosion in the coming years. In order to better understand what's being done to combat the impact of streambank erosion, we talked with George Thomas of the Genesee River Watch. We drove to one of their sites south of Rochester to volunteer and observe. We learned the importance of large-scale restoration projects, but also preventative work that can be done at the individual level.
One of the things that intrigues us, we're kind of looking at preemptive work, so that if you can identify a part of the river that hasn't eroded yet, but you can intervene with a fairly simple, low-cost solution to prevent that from eroding, then maybe that's a good thing to try. So
we began designing this preemptive solution with emerging technologies in environmental science. Our biggest limitation was preventing further pollutants, like fertilizer, from damaging the surrounding ecosystem. Biochar, a carbon-sequestered biomass, quickly became our super material for its ability to remove pollutants and act as a probiotic for the root microbiome without fertilizer, increasing growth. We tested our prototypes, and compacted biochar stakes with wax binder delivered the most biochar and didn't get swept away by intense river currents. No worries about invasives here. It was easiest for the user to propagate cuttings from native plants in their backyard on top of the biochar stakes.
This is where Rootbots comes in. We created a system of products that can be used to initiate root growth to get ahead of streambank erosion. Using our website, users can enter their address and explore solutions based on their local aquatic ecosystems. We are then able to ship individuals a box of tools, supplies, and instructions to help them solidify their land. After locating all of your tools, use our online foliage guide to determine what trees on your property would work best to stabilize your riverbank. Next, harvest stakes by cutting them into 24-inch sections. Drill holes 2 feet apart in the ground, forming a grid formation with the provided auger bit. And lastly, plant your stake in the hole, leaving 6 inches above soil exposed. Rootbots is not only a great solution to mitigate riverbank erosion, but it also contributes in a positive way to the entire ecosystem.
Root mods, our future solution.
How might we genetically engineer roots to positively contribute to ecosystems around riverbanks? While talking with Ron Rhodes of the Connecticut River Conservancy, he provided a valuable insight.
What most folks are doing is putting more money into the trees themselves.
We started by considering what locations root modification could best serve, focusing on New York, Bangladesh, and Louisiana. Ultimately, we developed a case study for New Orleans. New Orleans is a unique environment, already prone to flooding due to climate change and sediment erosion issues.
One of the reasons why Hurricane Katrina was as strong as it was, and it breached the levees, overtopped the levees, because the coastal system outside of those levees had been falling apart for a long time. And so instead of having these wetlands slow the storm surge down before it hit the levees, there was nothing in between the storm surge and the levees. So they were breached, overtopped, and you had a lot of flooding in communities.
We began looking at existing mechanisms in plants that could reduce pollutants and erosion, along with the future of synthetic biology. What if pollution made our plants glow as an indicator? Our concept is inspired by local hydrangea plants whose flowers act as a natural pH indicator. Our modified cover plants could also change color, indicating specific pollutants in local water systems. This would serve as a signal to communities for where remediation efforts should be focused.
Because we want to invest in nature as much as possible to not only reduce pollution, but also to build habitat that benefits other organisms, that has other co-benefits for the environment.
We also explored how genetic engineering can directly affect the structure of plants. Inspired by current erosion control netting seen in our experiences with the Genesee River Watch, we started to consider other solutions. What if plants could be modified to produce netting structures? Root system architecture has already been modified to increase crop yields and could be modified to capture sediment and rebuild wetlands. Ideally, these concepts could naturally remediate wetlands within the area, benefiting every organism within the surrounding ecosystem. Scientific development of synthetic biology has been bound by a strict code of ethics, yet we must still proceed with caution, as the introduction of genetically modified species holds the possibility to interrupt or destroy ecosystems.
Rootbots, our far future solution. As climate issues become more severe, we need to take responsibility and act now to ensure prosperity in the far future. Construction-like projects are used to deal with already collapsing riverbanks, but action is not taken to help protect the riverbanks before collapsing. Communities have ignored their responsibility to perform preventative measures.
Eventually, climate anxiety reaches an all-time high within the human population. The destruction of our rivers, their deltas, and our shorelines threatens the entire ecosystem and our lives. Humans use bioinformatic technology to find a new solution in supercomputers called Rootbots. Using the far future's machine learning and genetic modification technology, even our building materials are made of roots. Our structures interact and move symbiotically with the land, using advanced bioinformatics to curate a beneficial ecosystem for all creatures. Cities like Miami, once doomed to be underwater, use genetically modified super mangroves to live a new life on the water. Our fish swim between the roots of apartment foundations, and deer feed on the sprouts of roots from riverside factories of the future.
We hope to create widespread awareness of water quality and erosion issues while simultaneously providing resources for landowners to take action to prevent them. With these actions, we hope to revive ecosystems along riverbanks to reflect the past, where they were strong, native, and resilient.
All right, welcome Brenna, James, and Chris. Great project. Judges, when you're ready. Peter, go for it.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I enjoyed the framework of this project, especially in terms of using speculative design, near, medium, far distant future to think about the impact biodesign might make on the way we live in communities. And I'm most curious about well, first I'll say that the near-term project, the Rootbox, seems very well argued, and you leveraged or made use of existing evidence to share some credible arguments around that project. I was wondering, thinking about the distant future and even medium range project, the Root mods, I think they were called. I was wondering if you could lend some evidence from your research as to what makes those visions plausible. I was most curious about, for example, plants that change color in response to target agents, how that might be possible, if there's something that you could point to today that lends evidence to that. And I guess a plant you would want to change color and then reset itself and change color again. Otherwise, it's a one-use piece of technology. So if you could just kind of frame those for me, the last two projects, that'd be great.
Yeah, of course. So a lot of the inspiration behind those are actually naturally occurring changes within plants. So for example, if we're looking at hydrangea plants, they naturally change with the pH of the soil. So we really focused a lot of heavy science, a lot of white paper research went into this, of course. You can't get into all of it in the video, but there is a big issue with pH of water. And so we decided to go ahead and look at the pH of water and say, if we genetically modified a cover plant with CRISPR, we could show to a conservator, we could show to people who are working in that area trying to repair the wetlands, repair the delta of that river, that action needs to be taken there. And it was a little bit more cost effective than having other indicators, whether that was mechanical indicators. And in general, we hope that in the future, obviously this is a little bit more further on in the future, that not only could this plant act as a signal, but could act as a remediation measure within itself. We've already kind of modified root system architecture is a lot of where we did heavy research. We've already done it in drought resistant crops. And so we wanted to do it instead of a place where there's not a lot of water, where there's a lot of water. And we could use that to basically shore up stream banks and act as kind of living jute netting. Again, this is a little bit further out in the future, but that's kind of the research that we've looked at.
And I think just another thing to add is, as we were looking into sensors, right, to think about where pollutants are and detecting some of those things, we were originally thinking of some sort of device that would be man-made and put into the ground with an embedded sensor that would alert a user. But kind of coming back to that, like as we talked to some of these experts that have done a lot of research on the rivers, as they're planting things, we heard kind of a horror story that a lot of these, they had staked these kind of plastic tubes to hold plants. And whenever it flooded, these like green tubes just flowed down the river. And that was definitely a red flag for us. And we wanted to make sure that to kind of think about, what's naturally occurring, right? And how we can incorporate that into our solution instead of just immediately jumping to technology, and being really selective in where we're using technology in our process compared to biodesign solutions. So thanks for your question.
I love that, thinking before you immediately jump to technology. Nancy, question.
Yeah, I really, really loved your project, this, especially looking forward. And I'm just wondering, did you look into any of the work of June Medford, who is actually using switches in modified plants to detect explosives near airports? They basically change colors.
We did not, but that sounds like a great next step, I think, into looking at some of these other plants and some of this other research that's being done around these changing plants.
Yeah, we did not look into, I think you said June's work, but we did look into Carol Coley's work. She basically bioengineered plants to grow lace. Mm-hmm. And so looking at kind of that textile implication there's a lot of interesting things that you can do with roots. And a lot of this work has already been happening in the biodesign field, and it's just really interesting to be a part of it.
Yeah, she's part of the whole synthetic biology community. I believe she's at the University of Colorado. But the other thing I wanted to ask about is, you mentioned the release of genetically modified organisms into the environment as being, one of the ethical issues around your project. And I'm just wondering if you had looked at some of the current debates around that topic, and if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, it's definitely an issue, right? We don't want to be irresponsible and just say this solution is going to, it's going to do this one thing, right? It's going to be able to solidify riverbanks, but what if it does that too much, right? So haven't looked too much into, I guess we have studied that within our classes and such, but haven't been haven't talked to someone in that. So it's more of just been research one way. But yeah, we just want to be very considerate about that within our solution. And just knowing that with future development, and again, as this is something in the kind of more the future kind of category, I think that's definitely something that is a big focus, along with the developing, can this be possible, right? It's okay, now that it's possible, when do we release this? Where do we release this? And when is it, proper to do so? So yeah. definitely needs to be considered. Nancy.
Okay, thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thanks, Nancy. I have a question if we don't have any other judges. Okay. I'm curious kind of what next steps would be and what success looks like for your project. Is there kind of an end game here, or is it just, how far can you take it?
I think obviously with the overall project, there's a lot of planning and sort of things we can do in the future. But especially sort of with this contest and sort of with the video itself, we sort of realized that bringing awareness to some of this stuff is, it's a smaller goal, but it's something really attainable to us now. Although some of these ideas may be hard to grasp for some people, I think the overall idea of understanding the issues between climate change and sort of pollution and other things, sort of bringing that to the light, I think is sort of the overall goal of not only our project, but this whole contest and sort of the whole event.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, well, we are going to move on to our final video for the summit. Thank you, students. Looking forward to your next steps. All right, and our final video is going to be California College of the Arts Architecture.
Between 1953 and 1979, the U.S. Army built about 300 Nike missile sites in the U.S. due to the fear and tension of the Cold War. This site is one of them. Our site is a former defense base, once housing the Nike Ajax missiles after World War II. The base is situated in the Presidio National Park located in the northwest region of San Francisco. The indigenous Ohlone land has been modified, first by the Spanish settlers for a fort, before becoming part of the United States. Today, the park is home to more than 200 species of mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and amphibians. The Ohlone people acknowledge that the first settlers of this land were the plants and animals, and that we cannot view ourselves as extricable from our environments. This diversity of species is because of the variety of different habitats that the Presidio holds, from the open ocean to the protected bay to the tidal marshes, coastal scrubs, grasslands, and mixed woodlands, therefore emphasizing the capability of the patch of land for housing aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial species. Since 1776, the Presidio has endured many alterations and fortifications to fit into the San Francisco urban setting, and today it houses 23 residential neighborhoods and 225 organizations. The Presidio has been excavated and shaped around our human needs and lifestyles, but for a patch of land that has so much to offer, what have we given back? Today, there are 30 endangered species residing in the Presidio, including mammals, birds, insects, reptiles, etc. Our demands for animal habitats should be as loud as our own societal and institutional needs. Regardless of the active efforts of the Presidio Trust ecologists and legislation holders, we need a community-supported movement centered around building non-human habitats and environments. Our design addresses the current global events on war, on violence, on the environmental crises, and on the shift of the nature of our economies. Our position is, don't we and haven't we had enough? We chose a triangular form for its geometrical strength, flexibility, and most importantly, the symbolism it holds relative to the shape of the missiles, as well as the historic and indigenous structures. The aerial habitat takes the tall tripod and triangular form of the missile that were originally meant to protect the region from the Soviet Union attacks in the late 50s. Today, in 2022, these structures invite wildlife, seed plants, and capture water to cultivate life, not destroy it. These structures are composed of stacked triangular forms, designed as incubators to meet the needs of a variety of different species based on height and accessibility. Our materials were all locally sourced from the park and adapted to the site. They were provided by Jonathan, the amazing Presidio Trust wildlife ecologist, who was able to safely pick up, supply us with all the willow branches that we needed, while us making sure that no other nests or habitats are at risk. Through experimenting with the local willow, it has proved itself of being structurally durable, yet very flexible to work with and pass on. The work process starts by pruning the willow and peeling off its bark. The bark is then used as rope to tie the connections together, or as weaving material to create barriers, compartments, and openings. We learned that as the bark dries, it shrinks and creates stronger connections. Considering the diversity of the species inhabiting the park, we designed and built 3 types of habitats: aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial, with spatial variety including size, structure, and design quality. The aquatic spatial triangle takes a series of single modules with densely woven members inviting invertebrate species to cling on and fish species to take refuge. The terrestrial habitats are large stacked triangles or tetrahedrons interconnected to form a solid base with a braced branch top. The heavy base densely packed with leaves and small branches of the willow, which holds moisture and designed to attract small mammals, birds, and insects. The aerial habitats lift these triangular modules 12 feet off the ground with varying weaving density, porosity, and openings. Frog water is captured on the surface of the willow weavings, leaves, and oyster shells found on site, in which water will then organically invite and create life for birds, insects, and plants. The habitats are then nested with native lupin seeds. For when the pods dry, the seeds would pop out and fall onto the moist ground below. They would then bloom and start new ecosystems around these habitats. This first diagram shows the biodiversity in the aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial ecosystems.
So you saw what I believe was a white-crowned sparrow using the top of the structure. I would also expect to see flycatchers, which is a group of birds, for example, phoebes. Insects like to crawl up, especially caterpillars that are transitioning from their caterpillar stage to the pupa stage, so the chrysalid.
Diagram 2 shows the impact of habitat loss due to human development. And finally, diagram 3 shows the contribution of constructed ecological structures to create spatial complexity that help bringing back wildlife habitats.
So the theory or the concept in ecology is called habitat heterogeneity. You get more biodiversity because there's more ecological niches to be filled. The more complex a system is, the more diverse that system's going to be. It's kind of it creates feedback loops, really.
Our process of building these habitats invite community members with various expertise to gather out in nature, bounce ideas, and experiment with natural local materials found on site, all contributing to the healing of our land, our ecosystems, and our communities. The 3 of us do not claim to be knowledgeable enough, even with research, but our project is bigger than us. We have the resources to build a platform, to gather a community of diverse skills and knowledge, to ask questions and take action. Our process invites people to connect with the land and grow familiar with the native plants, animals, and natural resources. Above all, we aim to give back to the displaced species of the region by collectively constructing habitats using the indigenous knowledge and methods of weaving and knotting.
Thank you. Hi, students. Welcome, David, Gita, and Chak Ying. Justice, it looks like you have a question. Your hand is raised.
Thanks.
There you go. Start us off.
Let me start my video. Hello. I don't know what's going on with my virtual
It works.
background.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good. So my question has to do, well, I have two questions really. One has to do with like time scales. And so I wonder how you're thinking about, it strikes me as like humans decimate sort of ecosystems really quickly. And so you match that up with how it take for species to sort of occupy and then thrive within these structures you're designing and then creating them. So this time scale mismatch thing, I want you to I was hoping you could walk me through. And then the second piece is, how are you thinking about the potential for these structures to disrupt ecosystems or equilibriums in like species? And so what if, for instance, they tend to support invasive species? How do you sort of deal with that? How human disruption in this way?
Mm-hmm. Actually, David, do you want to answer the first one? It was a little broken up from my end.
Yeah. So I think on this question of timescales, you're absolutely right. These structures like need years really to begin to kind of create these rehabilitative environments, through like their kind of own decomposition and coming undone, right? That decomposition, that sort of colonization by this wildlife is where that goes. So these have only been up for about a month, and our earlier kind of tests have gone about now 4 or 5 months. I think the timescale that we're looking at is that of years to really be able to observe the impacts of this.
Can I?
Yeah.
Sorry, and just to answer the invasive species part, we talked to Jonathan Young, the ecologist in the area, and he was talking about how like they could potentially be occupied by black rats, which is, he talked about how it's like, okay, because that means that they're leaving other habitats by themselves or alone. Like they're not interfering with other habitats, or if they occupy these structures, it would leave more room for, leaving the native species peacefully. So even if the outcome of the habitats doesn't address the native species, it still caters to them in some ways.
And part of the importance of siting goes to this. This particular site and really our vision for sites to tackle are those that have kind of been blighted by human intervention. This was completely poured over with concrete and then used as a dumping ground for years. So any sort of just rehabilitation is what we were looking for.
Thank you. Laura, go for it.
Hey, yeah, it was a beautiful project and a great presentation showing the importance of literally and metaphorically considering these multiple perspectives from the ground and above. And I really love the visual analogy you made between the tripod structure and the Nike missiles. I was curious to hear more about your use of the indigenous methods and how important they were to the structure of these ecological niches. And if you could talk more about your research into the Ohlone weaving patterns and knot types and how you decided which ones you would use in the habitats.
Yeah. So just for a disclaimer, the Ohlone people did not use this method of tying. They used the Tule lodges, which is a little different. But we were looking at solid structures that were used by the indigenous people that we can use through the local materials that's sturdy enough that matches the pyramid. So we were looking at all these options and something that's stable yet simple. And the people who actually use the kind of the TP methods were the indigenous people from the plains. So from Montana down to, or Montana, North Dakota down to Texas. But it's just like a very sturdy structure. It, was suitable for the wildlife that we were trying to aim at, to protect from other species that were trying to crawl up. Yeah.
And I think something that's important to mention is that while like these particular designs that we use, we're kind of these aren't these specific, what I'm pointing in my background, right, aren't traditional methods, but these the attitudes and methods themselves of using fully materials completely from our site and kind of developing this relationship to where we're working at, and not bringing in just kind of like being hyper specific about like the materials that we use and the full usage of this material, like the using of the bark stripped from the same structural branches to tie together these things is more sort of where we were drawing. But the techniques that we did end up learning were all sort of from elders that had published these tutorials for others to follow and kind of raise up.
Great, thank you.
Great. And we have time for one more question. You're going to be our last one.
Thanks. It's a beautiful project. I was intrigued by. So I had many of the same questions the previous judges did, but I was intrigued by one of your diagrams that showed these artisanal, wonderful structures, but at the intersection of human-built structures. So you're not just in these rural landscapes trying to recreate sort of habitats for different creatures, but how would your process and your thinking adapt to boundaries that are much more urban and have a very different kind of structure and is even physical form factor that you might be responding to?
Yeah. I can answer it. So, because we all use the local source, the materials is easily to transport. So, also for our aerial and terrestrial structures, they're easily to put, for example, in the courtyard, in the backyard of people's house, or even like a nearby. So when we go to from the like a local or urban infrastructure to the Presidio, we find that there is suddenly it's transferred from really urban chaotic environment to very naturally beautiful site. So even for our designs, it's a really iconic design. So actually, it's also good for put in between, like in between the park and the nature environment and human beings areas. So it's because it's not that like complicated to make the structure so pyramid. Yeah, so it's totally possible to like embedded them into the human environment.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to conclude there. Thank you so much, students. Looking forward to what you do next with your project. And that is a wrap. I'm going to bring up Jess and Vina to join me in the broadcast. Hi, guys. All right. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're done. So that concludes all the presentations for BDC 2022. Congratulations to the students, the instructors, the judges. I'll say you've all been amazing. Thank you for joining us, everyone who's watching. Hopefully some of you will be joining us at our 2022 virtual gallery show, which is going to be happening in about an hour, a little under an hour, actually. That is on Zoom. If you didn't have a chance to register through Eventbrite, that link is going to be on our BDC Gallery Show event page on our website. So if you head over to the Summit page, all the links are through there. There's a mural board that the students have spent some time creating some beautiful frames, mimicking what a gallery might feel like if we were in person. So I hope you join us and stop by and engage with the students and some of the judges and the community.
Awesome. Thanks, Alex. And just regarding the rest of the week, we'll see you all back here out there in the audience on Friday for the final day of VDC Summit 2022. That's where we'll announce the top 6 teams, reveal our winners during the award ceremony, and we'll also feature some wonderful speakers. The first being Jennifer Willett, who's the director of the Incubator Lab and the Canada Research Chair in Art and Science and Ecology at the University of Windsor. Also including Annie Liu, who is an interdisciplinary artist and associate professor of practice at UPenn. And finally, also featuring Sunanda Sharma, who is a NASA JPL postdoctoral fellow. Wonderful speakers, wonderful activities that we have coming up. So you can read more about all of the things that will be happening on the final day on our Summit page as well.
Yeah, and lastly, don't forget to vote for the project you think should win the 2022 Community Choice Prize. Voting is going to end tomorrow, Thursday the 23rd at 12 noon Eastern Time. And thank you again to all of our students and all of our judges for being with us today. You were all fantastic. Like, we cannot thank you enough. And we'll see everyone, viewers included, back again on Friday.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ta-ta.